SCP-701, The Hanged King's Tragedy. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All materials relating to SCP-701 are to be kept in a triple-locked archive at Storage Site Redacted. These items consist of the 2 currently extant copies of the 1640 Quarto, 27 copies of the 1965 trade paperback edition, 10 copies of the 1971 hardcover printing, 21 floppy diskettes consisting of data seized from raids on Expunged, 1 SVHS videocassette tape designated SCP-701-19 Redacted-A, and 1 steel knife of unknown origin designated SCP-701-19 Redacted-B. At no time are any of these items to be removed from the room. Access to this area is to be heavily monitored. Absolutely no personnel whatsoever is to be granted access to the archive without express in-person permission of Doctors L, R, and J. Description: SCP-701, The Hanged King's Tragedy, is a Caroline-era revenge tragedy in 5 acts. Performances of the play are associated with sudden psychotic and suicidal behavior among both observers and participants, as well as the manifestation of a mysterious figure classified as SCP-701-1. Historical estimates place the number of lines claimed by the play at between and past 300 years. Performances of the Hanged King's Tragedy do not always end with an outbreak. Of the redacted number of performances, only redacted 36.78% have ended in SCP-701 events. According to historical records and investigation, these outbreaks generally follow the same pattern: 1 to 2 weeks, 7 to 14 days prior to event. During dress rehearsal period, cast members will begin to spontaneously deviate from the published text of the play. Rather than improvisation or gaffes associated with going off script, said deviations will be both orderly and consistent, as if the actors were working off a new version of the script. The cast and production crew will seem unaware of any change, and, if it is brought to their attention, will state that the play has run that way from the beginning. 2 to 3 hours prior to the event. The outbreak generally occurs during opening night or else at the production with the greatest planned attendance, generally falling within the first week after the play's opening. 1 to 2 hours before event. SCP-701-1 begins to appear on stage in the final scene of Act 1, generally in the background or to the side of the main action. It may seem to enter or exit the stage area, but does not appear to ever enter the backstage or offstage area. It simply disappears when not on stage. The cast does not appear to notice or comment on SCP-701-1, at least at first. The event. SCP-701-1 appears fully on stage during the banquet scene in Act 5. Here it will be incorporated into the actions of the play as the Hanged King. The cast will either murder each other or commit suicide, sometimes using items that seem to appear spontaneously on stage. Rioting breaks out in the audience, with viewers randomly attacking anyone in front of them, regardless of prior relationship. Following the event, if any of the audience members survive the initial outbreak, they may exit the performance space, in which case they will continue to engage in random or opportunistic violence. Victims will generally require sedation or restraint in the scenario. Normal personality will begin to return roughly 24 hours after the event. Surviving victims will generally exhibit signs consistent with traumatic experience. Some will have no recollection of the event. Others may be rendered permanently comatose or psychotic. For a typical case study of an outbreak, see Incident Report SCP-701-19 Redacted-1, an analysis of events leading up to the last uncontained SCP-701 event in 19 Redacted during a high school drama performance in Redacted For more information on the play's published text, see document SCP-701-1640-B1. In short, SCP-701 is a self-evolving memetic virus transmitted through unknown means through the text of the play. Dr. L has theorized that SCP-701 events may involve expunged. This hypothesis is consistent in spite of redacted levels detected via satellite in the vicinity of the 19 redacted incident, indicating expunged. Foundation agents are under standing orders to suppress any performance or publication of SCP-701 whenever found or detected. Despite our best efforts to the contrary, however, the play remains freely available online, sometimes under different titles. All attempts to detect or isolate the origin of these copies have failed. Suppression of the play's publication has generally been successful, with most copies of the 1971 scholarly edition destroyed before distribution. Nonetheless, copies of the 1965 trade paperback turn up with some regularity in both college and high school libraries. Agents are to obtain or otherwise destroy these items whenever possible. History. The first known publication of the Hanged King's tragedy was as a quarto dated 1640. The play's author is not listed. The publisher, one William Cook, disappeared from historical records soon after. Strangely, the text does not appear in the stationer's register. The first known SCP-701 event occurred in 1890. Performance of the play in essay. Other significant events include the 19 performance at the small theater in the 1964 performance at the University of the 1990 at University. First SCP-701 event successfully suppressed by the Foundation. The 1940 performance by a student group in West Nebraska, California. The 1990 adaptation by the Shitter Broadcasting Corporation and successfully shut down by the Foundation before broadcast. And the 1990 incident in Ohio, United States of America. Designated SCP-701-19 redacted-1. Publication history. Original 1640 quarto, all known copies in Foundation custody. 1733 folio edition, republished 1790. 1813 Cambridge University Press edition. 1965 trade paperback edition. 1971 hardcover edition. Agents should note that copies of the play have often been misfiled under different titles or spellings of the title. Furthermore, photocopies of the 1965 text have been found in circulation throughout college theater departments in the continental United States and in the United Kingdom. Additional, given the high probability of expunged in my mind, I again recommend that SCP-701 be upgraded to Keter class. The SCP-701 memetic virus may very well be the forefront of an invasion scenario. Furthermore, expunged. Dr. L. 123-711-6060.
None of the current information we have on SCP-701 indicates an XK class scenario. Until we have additional data, classification will remain at Euclid. Face facts, Doctor. The cat's been long out of the bag on this one. And in this line of business, we consider ourselves lucky if we only lose 100 or so people every 10 years.
123-7197060. Document SCP-701-1640-B-1. The following is a summary of the published text of the Hanged King's Tragedy, classified SCP-701, prepared by Dr. J from a copy of the 1640 Quarto in Foundation custody. Dramatis Personae: Gonzalo, King of Trincolo; Isabella, Queen of Trincolo, formerly the wife of Serfozo, the murdered king, now married to Gonzalo; Antonio, a minor noble; Francisco, Antonio's servant; the Duke of Sortino; Alinda, daughter of the Duke; Petruccio, a noble lord allied with Gonzalo; Lodovico, a servant of Gonzalo; Corneri, a priest; Beatrice, a servant of the queen; a courtesan, a palace guardsman; the ambassador of Milan; the ambassador of Florence; and the ambassador of Alagata. Setting: the play is set in the kingdom of Trinculu, probably a misspelling of Trinicaria, another name for Sicily, in the capital city of Serco, another name for the city of Syracuse. As the play opens, Serfoso, the king of Trinculu, has died, supposedly from natural causes, while on retreat from the court. The nobility of Trinculu gathers in the capital for the coronation of the new king. Servoso's younger brother, Gonzalo, who has also married Servoso's queen, Isabella. Despite the text's reference to contemporary Italian city-states such as Florence and Milan, much of the play's setting is obviously pure fantasy. There were never any kings of Sicily comparable to Gonzalo and Servoso, and the capital of the historical kingdom of Sicily was Palmero, not Syracuse. The author may have chosen to move the play's events to Syracuse due to that city's historical association with tyranny. There is also no record of any country or play known by the name Alagata, a mysterious but apparently powerful state that plays a significant role in the plot. It may be intended as a reference to one of the Muslim states or cities on the Mediterranean coast, such as Tunis or Algiers. Plot summary: the plot of The Hanged King's Tragedy bears a marked resemblance to many earlier plays of the same genre, including Shakespeare's Hamlet and Titus Andronicus. In fact, past investigations into SCP-701 events have noted that The Hanged King's Tragedy was often chosen for production as a less violent alternative to the two plays mentioned. The two murders in the SCP-701 text can be construed as occurring off-stage, and the implication of cannibalism in Act 3 can be easily cut from the script. Act 1, the play opens during Gonzalo's coronation. Gonzalo opens with a toast to the assembled nobility, then departs the stage. Drunk on the wine, Isabella confesses to some of the courtiers left on stage that Servoso did not die in his sleep as reported. Instead, while on retreat in the countryside, Servoso was fed a sleeping potion by Isabella, then murdered by Gonzalo and his supporters. As a final show of disrespect, the conspirators hanged the king like a common criminal from a tree. Isabella goes on to proclaim that Antonio, a minor noble visiting the king's court for the first time, is actually her and Servoso's son and rightful heir to the throne. Isabella collapses and is taken off stage by her servants. Francisco asks Antonio if he believes the queen's story. Antonio makes light of the situation and they exit. Back in Antonio's rented lodgings, Francisco attempts to barter with a courtesan. Antonio enters the stage, clearly in shock. He reports that while off stage, he saw the ghost of Servoso, who confirmed Antonio's parentage and the queen's description of his death. Act 2. Gonzalo, having learned of Isabella's confession, consults with his fellow conspirators. Ludovico confirms that at least 3 people witnessed the queen's breakdown: the Duke of Sortino, his daughter Alinda, and a priest named Corneri. Gonzalo immediately begins to plan the murder or capture of the 3 in order to cover up the truth. He orders Isabella to be locked up in a convent where the story put out that the queen is mad. Isabella, uncharacteristically, meekly accepts Gonzalo's judgment. The usurper then exits, having an appointment with the ambassador from Alagata. Back in their lodgings in the city, Francisco brings Antonio news of the Queen's imprisonment. Together, they begin to plan their revenge. Act 3. Petruccio and Gonzalo invite Sortino to dinner. They kill him and order the palace cooks to prepare the corpse as a stew. Gonzalo orders Elinda, who witnessed the murder, to be locked up in the convent. Antonio fakes insanity in order to gain admittance to the convent. Warning of Antonio's coming, Isabella and her loyal servant, Beatrice, prepare to murder him using a draught of poison. Antonio sees through their plan and orders Isabella to drink the poison, killing her. Meanwhile, Francisco gets lost within the convent and winds up freeing Elinda from her cell by accident. Act 4. In the palace, Gonzalo reports to Ludovico that he has, in exchange for an unstated tribute, obtained a powerful and tasteless poison from the ambassador of Alagata. Gonzalo plans to poison the stew made from the Duke of Sortino's corpse and feed it to the court, thus ensuring the suppression of the truth. Ludovico leaves the stage to carry out the usurper's plan. Gonzalo then has a brief moment of conscience. In a soliloquy, he describes the regret he carries for his sins, but is nonetheless unable to deviate from the plan he has set. Meanwhile, Francisco introduces Elinda to Antonio, all three having escaped the convent. Elinda describes her father's murder in grisly terms. Antonio promises to marry her and make her his queen as soon as his revenge is complete. He then leaves to obtain a blade with which he plans to kill Gonzalo. There is a comedic interlude between a palace guard and Corneri, a buffoonish priest. At the end of the scene, Ludovico enters and bids Corneri to follow him. The priest is not seen on stage again. Act 5. The guests arrive at Gonzalo's banquet. Gonzalo once again offers a toast, this time to the ambassadors of the foreign nations who are present. The meal is served, however, before it can begin, Antonio enters bearing a signed confession he obtained from Petruccio offstage, which includes the details of Seravoso's murder and proof of Antonio's lineage. Gonzalo is deposed by outraged courtiers rather than murder him. However, Antonio instead decides to spare the usurper and let him accept exile to a monastery. He then orders Francisco to start making plans for his marriage to Elinda. Play ends with a dance staged by the courtiers. SCP-701 events. The produced form of the play that occurs during SCP-701 events contains several deviations from the text as published. For a typical example of these deviations, see Incident Report 701-19-1. Incident Report SCP-701-19-1. SCP involved SCP-701. Date redacted. It's in the 1900s. Location expunged. Report prepared by Doctors R and J on content of SCP-701-19 redacted-A. SCP-701-19-A is an 887 mm by 103 mm by 25 mm SVHS video cassette tape recovered by investigators from the scene of the incident. A performance of SCP-701 at school in was found in a destroyed consumer-grade camcorder, which was apparently recording the performance from a vantage point within the audience. It is the only surviving record of the event. Please see the 701 archives for the full transcript of the recording. In order to compare the identified deviations during a SCP-701 event with the actual plot of the established text, see in document SCP-701-1640-B-1. At 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, tape begins. At 3 minutes and 10 seconds, house lights go down. At 5 minutes 12 seconds, curtain rises. The play begins as published with Gonzalo's coronation speech. At 10 minutes and 21 seconds, a possible sighting of SCP-701-1 during Isabella's ravings, an anomalous shadow not belonging to one of the cast members shows up along the back wall of the set. At 10 minutes and 24 seconds, shadow disappears. At 23 minutes and 15 seconds, first deviation from the text. Rather than the dialogue between Francisco and the courtesan, the curtain drops and comes back up on a bare stage. Antonio enters from stage right. At 23 minutes and 24 seconds, first indirect sighting of SCP-701-1. The shadow of a figure seems to appear on the back wall from stage right. Antonio stops in place and acts surprised. The shadow disappears. Antonio begins a long soliloquy confirming that he now believes Isabella's story. Dr. J notes that while the soliloquy is in style of the rest of the play and seems to be accurate Caroline-era dialogue, Antonio's speech in the scene does not exist in the original text. At 24 minutes and 12 seconds, curtain drops. At 24 minutes and 51 seconds, curtain rises on Francisco and the courtesan. Antonio returns. The play continues as scripted. At 31 minutes and 14 seconds, first direct sighting of SCP-701-1. It enters and stands at the edge of stage left towards the end of Act 2, Scene 1. At 32 minutes and 17 seconds, Gonzalo's dialogue concludes, as scripted, with the mention of an appointment with the ambassador from Aligata. He exits stage left. SCP-701-1 seems to turn and follow him as the lights go down. At 38 minutes and 13 seconds, second sighting of SCP-701-1 during Act 3, Scene 1. It appears at the edge of stage right as Gonzalo and Petruscio murder Sortino. The scene concludes with Gonzalo ordering his cooks to prepare the corpse as a stew. Scripts recovered from the scene indicate that this section had been cut in rehearsal. At 51 minutes and 11 seconds, third sighting of SCP-701-1 appears close to stage left as Antonio kills Isabella. At 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 12 seconds, fourth sighting, SCP-701-1 enters with Gonzalo at the beginning of Act 4, Scene 1, and follows him throughout the scene. The scene also contains two key moments. First, Gonzalo seems to nod to SCP-701-1 when he mentions the ambassador of Aligata. This is the first time a cast member has seemed to indicate SCP-701-1's presence. Second, the scene ends with a deviation from the text, whereas the scripted speech at the end of Act 4, Scene 1 ends with Gonzalo considering his own moral inequity. Gonzalo here seems to be more concerned that his tribute will be sufficient for the ambassador. The lights go down. At 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 15 seconds, fifth sighting, SCP-701-1 enters stage left at the end of Act 4, Scene 2, as Antonio leaves to secure a blade for his coup. Rather than exiting, Antonio stops in front of SCP-701-1, who hands him a long dagger. This is believed to be the first appearance of the item classified SCP-701-19-B. Note that there is no mention of the item in the prop list or the other records maintained by the production. SCP-701-1 and Antonio depart the stage together. At 1 hour and 32 minutes and 41 seconds, sixth sighting. SCP-701-1 appears on stage left as Corneri and Lodovico exit. At 1 hour 35 minutes 10 seconds, the lights come up. Act 5, Scene 1. The banquet scene begins as scripted. At 1 hour 40 minutes and 52 seconds, Antonio enters bearing a piece of parchment. Here, the textual deviations begin in earnest. Rather than the parchment being Petruccio's confession as scripted, Antonio instead describes it as an invoice from the ambassador of Alagata, proving that Gonzalo owes more tribute than he intends to pay. At 1 hour 41 minutes and 42 seconds, SCP-701-1 enters at this point from stage right. The entire cast seems to perceive it. Gonzalo stands up, curses as an aside to the audience, and runs for stage left. The rest of the cast, including Alinda and Francisco, who enter from stage left, physically restrain Gonzalo and drag him back onto the stage. SCP-701-1 meanwhile moves to the center of the stage, where it stands in front of Gonzalo's throne. At 1 hour 43 minutes and 8 seconds, a noose is dropped onto the stage from below. The cast force Gonzalo onto the noose as he begins to curse in Italian, and in one place, possibly Latin. The noose is drawn taut, and the cast drops Gonzalo as he begins to asphyxiate. At 1 hour 43 minutes and 32 seconds, Antonio speaks. With this, the tribute is paid. In full, it is paid. The actor takes SCP-701-19-B, dagger, and draws it across Gonzalo's stomach, spilling his intestines across the stage. At 1 hour 44 minutes and 4 seconds, Belinda takes the dagger from Antonio. She speaks. With this fool's blood, it is the hanged king's. She cuts Antonio's throat. At 1 hour 45 minutes and 31 seconds, ropes drop from the roof of the stage, a noose for each cast member. The cast assembles underneath them. Alinda takes position next to SCP-701-1. At 1 hour 46 minutes 12 seconds, Alinda. With this, our blood, it is the hanged king's. The cast hang themselves. At 1 hour 47 minutes and 33 seconds, SCP-701-1 moves through the hanging corpses and to front center stage. At 1 hour 47 minutes and 41 seconds, the stage lights cut out. At 1 hour 47 minutes and 46 seconds, sounds of screaming and physical violence around the camera. At 1 hour 48 minutes and 22 seconds, loud sound, most likely the camera being knocked over. At 1 hour 49 minutes and 1 second, the camera is destroyed. Tape ends. Contains themes of abuse and emotional manipulation. SCP-4051, Your Friendly Neighborhood Keter. Level 2 out of 451, classified. Object Class, keter. Classification Committee notice regarding the following document. SCP-4051 was previously classified as Euclid until the 18th of July, 2013. A description of the events prompting its reclassification is available to personnel with Level 4, 4051 clearance and Addendum 4051.6. Special Containment Procedures, Former Procedures. SCP-4051 is to be held in a standard humanoid containment chamber at Site-17. SCP-4051 currently requires continual psychological screening, which will be conducted with on-site therapist Jules Yasena. Transport to and from Dr. Yasena's office is to be facilitated weekly. Current procedures. SCP-4051 is currently held in a modified humanoid containment unit at Site-17. Modifications to SCP-4051's containment unit include a complex interlocking systems of pistons, acting as exterior wall outside of the standard floor, walls, and ceiling. Oversight of new designs for this piston system should be carried out by the lead researcher assigned to SCP-4051 and must be implemented monthly. This specialization is not necessary for containment, but has been selected to impede its anomalous capabilities during an attempted containment breach. SCP-4051 requires extensive psychological screening. These sessions are to be performed weekly with on-site therapist Jules Yusenna, communicating with SCP-4051 via the containment unit's two-way audio surveillance system. 4051 Breach Protocol. 4151 Breach Protocol Alpha. Should SCP-4051 breach the outer wall of its containment unit, Dr. Yusenna is to be called upon as primary catalyst for de-escalating potential conflict and recontaining it. Dr. Yusenna is unable to de-escalate the breach due to unforeseen complications. On-site containment units are to use standard ranged incapacitation engagement tactics. Note that if SCP-4051 becomes cognizant of the assault team, the strike is to be aborted and the team immediately redeployed. Description: SCP-4051 is a male humanoid who can create temporary Class E wormholes to extra-dimensional spaces populated by a theoretically infinite number of a unique item. These items are able to be removed from the extra-dimensional space, given that they are physically able to fit through the wormhole. Testing has concluded that SCP-4051 is unable to alter the contents of the extra-dimensional space after manifestation. SCP-4051 has been able to manifest the following items during controlled experiments overseen by Dr. Edwards at Site-17. Manifested items detailed in the relevant experiment logs below have been omitted. A small weighted net measuring 3 meters square. A standard pharmaceutical container of sugar pills, although the label describes the pills as headache medication. A glass of drinking water. SCP-4051 has either claimed or has been reported to have manifested the following items outside of experiments sanctioned by Dr. Edwards: an aluminum baseball bat, several rolls of duct tape, an incendiary device and blast-proof sheet, 11 instances of Class E paracognitohazards. Formerly, SCP-4051 has been allowed to use its anomalous abilities to assist with general repairs at Site-17. After retroactive review of all procedures and programs relating to SCP-4051's containment by the Ethics Committee, and subsequent evaluation by the Foundation Containment Committee, SCP-4051's presence outside of its containment unit has been demonstrated to be a substantial threat to any and all personnel located at Site-17. Recovery: SCP-4051 was brought to the attention of Foundation operatives in August of 2012, when a video depicting it using its anomalous abilities began to gain significant online attention. The recording depicted SCP-4051 assaulting and detaining several men via its anomalous abilities. Video gained over 2 million views before warranting an intervention, following multiple testimonies by commenters of similar occurrences. Mobile Task Force Pi-1, City Slickers, identified SCP-4051 and performed a successful retrieval and extraction. Relevant materials and reports show Interview 4051-1. Interviewed SCP-4051. Interviewer Dr. Rosewell with Dr. Edwards assisting. Forward: due to SCP-4051's resistance during its retrieval, SCP-4051 has been separated from Dr. Rosewell by a one-way glass barrier and is handcuffed to a chair. Begin log. Greetings, my name is Dr. Rosewell. Is your name Rainer Miller? SCP-4051 is heard struggling against its handcuffs. Rainer, it would be helpful if you could remain still for the rest of this interview. Where am I? A safe place, I assure you. SCP-4051 is silent. Please, explain your anomalous capabilities to us. Are you government guys? Sorry, I can make things appear out of thin air. Anything you want? Kind of. Only small objects, I think. I mostly use it to help people. Are you referring to your vigilantism? Yeah, it used to be carjackings and thefts and stuff, but recently I've got involved with this group called the Looming Shadow. They're stealing money for something, so I have to do nightly patrols. I tried contacting the police, but I'm pretty sure they've been bought out. Actually, wait, could you guys do something about that? I'll send a request. Do you know if anyone has seen you use your anomalous capabilities? A few people, yeah. I helped this one woman a while back, and there have probably been a few I don't know about. I try to keep the stuff quiet. All right, I think this will conclude the interview. You will. Wait, hold on. Do you have anything else to ask me? Not at the moment. Why do you ask? If you guys want to know anything else about this thing that I have, I'd be happy to help. Your willingness to work with us is appreciated. Thank you. You're welcome. End log. Warning: the following reports are Level 3 4051 classified. The following reports contain references to procedures retroactively declared by the Ethics Committee to be recklessly negligent. Any further attempts to access materials related to these procedures without proper clearance will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Relevant experiment logs and attempted containment breach. Access experiment log 4051 E1, E2, E3. Experiment 4051 E1. Name Dr. Rosewell with Dr. Edwards assisting. Date 8/15/2012. Procedure: SCP-4051 is to be asked to manifest several items by Dr. Rosewell: a 3 cm cube of lead, an object of SCP-4051's choice, and a container of bleach. Results: SCP-4051 produced the cube after some hesitation. Request for an object of its choice resulted in SCP-4051 removing a framed picture of its mother. SCP-4051 expressed discomfort at being requested to remove the bleach, but complied without incident. Afterward, SCP-4051 was escorted back to its containment unit and reportedly asked how long it would need to test its anomalous properties. Site staff were informed that they ought to avoid the question if possible for the continuation of SCP-4051's compliance. Note: it seems it needs to have a clear mental image before it can manifest anything. More testing to determine boundaries of its anomaly will follow. Experiment 4051 E2. Name Dr. Rosewell with Dr. Edwards assisting. Date 8/16/2012. Procedure: SCP-4051 is to be asked to manifest a copy of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace and a functioning mobile phone. Results: produced copy of Tolstoy's novel displayed the English words War and Peace written in large font on a blank cover. Most pages of the book contain redundant gibberish tangentially related to war, and SCP-4051 confessed that it was unfamiliar with the contents of the novel. The mobile phone that was manifested appeared to be unremarkable until attempts were made to operate it, and it was revealed to be completely hollow. Afterward, as SCP-4051 was being escorted back to its containment unit, it asked repeatedly how its family was and if it could have any company as it waited for the next test. All questions were ignored by the escort team. Note: tests suggest that SCP-4051's anomaly is based on how much it understands about the object. Next test should have S-4151 manifest something non-existent. Experiment 4051 E3. A transcript has been provided to supplement the following experiment. Name Dr. Rosewell with Dr. Edwards assisting. Date 8/17/2012. Procedure: SCP-4051 is to be asked to manifest a circular square, color blue, and a statement that says it is false. Results: SCP-4051 responded aggressively to the request. Dr. Rosewell attempted to negotiate with SCP-4051 to complete the test, and SCP-4051 manifested all specified items in rapid succession, creating multiple paracognitohazards and a sheet of blue construction paper. Transcript of Experiment 4051 E3. Begin log. We will now begin the third test. purpose of this experiment will be to ascertain whether, when can I go home? You may return home when the Foundation determines it is no longer requires your ability for research purposes. After this test, provided no new developments occur, we will begin to investigate how your anomaly functions on a scientific level. Are you sure? The men who took me back to my cell weren't. I am certain. The experiment will now. Please, I need to see my family. Is there any way I can talk to them? Do they even know what happened to me? Your mother has been informed you are engaging in a school-sanctioned college visit. Unfortunately, we can only allow communication once SCP-4051 begins to pace the testing room. I'm not doing any more of these experiments until my mother knows what happened to me. I can communicate your wishes to my superiors as soon as this test is completed. Yeah, okay, good. Do that. The requested items are a circular square, color blue, and a statement that says it's false. A look of confusion passes over SCP-4051's face before it rapidly manifests all three. Detrimental effects on the cognitive abilities of anyone directly observing the objects exhibited themselves immediately. SCP-4051 was immediately incapacitated by attending security personnel and returned to its containment unit. End log. Afterward, SCP-4051 was returned to its containment unit, and the testing chamber was sanitized of residual paradoxal contamination as per standard paracognitohazard protocol Epsilon-3. Note: SCP-4051 can manifest non-existent objects, apparently. Due to the effects of this experiment on Dr. Roswell, it is unlikely testing of this nature will continue. Additionally, SCP-4051's non-compliance may prove to be an issue. I'll send in a request for a pediatric specialist in a bit. This could be monumental in our understanding at how gateways to other dimensions are formed, and it'd be a shame to have 4051 just be another anomaly we need to keep locked in a box. Just imagine how useful it would be if we could use it to patch up the facility. Yeah, I'll send that request now. Dr. Edwards. Access Incident Report SCP-4051-1. Forward, the following incident report describes SCP-4051's attempt to breach containment, which occurred directly after the events of Experiment 4051-E3. 614. SCP-4051 regains consciousness in its containment unit. At 1615, SCP-4051 curls up onto its side as though in pain, only its back now visible to the surveillance camera in its cell. At 1618, SCP-4051 begins to make slight movements with its arms. At 1620, SCP-4051 stands up, revealing it has covered most of its front side in small sheets of Kevlar, held together by an extremely adhesive glue. Security personnel are called for assistance at this time, but are preoccupied with escorting Dr. Roswell and Dr. Edwards and accompanying researchers from the contaminated testing chamber. At 1621, SCP-4051 manifests an incendiary device and a blast-proof sheet made of unidentified material, attaching the device to the door of its containment cell and fixing the sheet over it to contain the blast. Security personnel from another wing are notified and begin moving towards SCP-4051's location. 1622, SCP-4051 detonates the device and succeeds in breaching containment. At this time, SCP-4051 also manifests an aluminum baseball bat. SCP-4051 begins moving down the hallway, opposite the direction of the testing chamber. At 1625, security personnel make contact with SCP-4051 as it rounds a corner. A firefight ensues. Personnel have been advised to use projectile taser capsules for recontainment, which prove ineffective against SCP-4051's makeshift armor. Personnel are now advised to engage SCP-4051 in close quarters combat if possible. At 1627, two other teams of security personnel converge on SCP-4051's location and successfully incapacitated. Access note from Site Director Graham. Site-17 personnel. In light of yesterday's containment breach, SCP-4051 has been moved to an enhanced humanoid containment unit. That being said, we've concluded it would be beneficial for Site-17 as a whole to work to better understand SCP-4051's capabilities. Multiple options are being discussed, such as using it to assist in standard repairs and maintenance. But certain influential individuals have also proposed using it to produce more valuable materials. I'd wager that most of you don't have the clearance level to know how we produce our amnestics, but suffice it to say the procedures range from potentially unethical to extremely dangerous and costly. The Ethics Committee have taken a particular interest in SCP-4051 and are discussing using it to produce the active Y-909 agent in amnestics. As such, Dr. Edwards has been given authority as project director over all experimentation and research regarding SCP-4051. All of this can only be accomplished if SCP-4051 is compliant with Foundation procedure. Anything less than absolute dedication to the Foundation will mean that SCP-4051 is not ready to assist in our directive. To accomplish this, we will begin using standard punishments and rewards to promote good behavior and scheduled weekly sessions with on-site therapist Dr. Yesenia. All personnel assigned to directly interact with SCP-4051 have been sent a copy of the updated containment procedures and other relevant materials. Your mistake was not realizing how versatile SCP-4051's anomaly was. Let's not make that mistake again. Site Director Thomas Graham. Addendum: Experiment logs and therapy sessions with Dr. Yesenia. Access transcript of therapy session 4051-1. Begin log. Hey, Rainer. Happy to meet you. Oh, hi. Are you doing all right? I'm doing well. Most of the time, I'm talking to people who just got back from a mission in the field, so having someone normal to talk with is nice. I'm not normal, though. That's why I'm here. Yeah, I guess so. You can make things out of nothing, right? Kind of. Just small objects like paper or food. Or bombs. Yeah. Um, Dude, it's alright. I get it. Containment can be hard on people. It's easier when it's an interdimensional dream witch who wants to eat your brain, but when it comes to containing good people who want to help, things tend to go south, ethically speaking. Can I ask why you wanted to escape? I mean, I wanted to see my family again. There was a note about your mother in your file. I take it you were close? Yeah, but can you keep this off the record? Record? Yeah, like, can you not tell the guys out there about my family? Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Thank you. You're welcome. So you and your mother were close? Yeah, goddamn, she was a fantastic woman. Sorry, is a fantastic woman. Dad left when I was 12 and we've been supporting each other since. And you miss her? Terribly. I wish... It doesn't matter. I think it does. Do you want to see her again? Yeah. The weird thing is I'm honestly not opposed to living in the Foundation. You're not? Not really. I was actually hoping someone would come along who could help me understand my powers. Being the Foundation's lab rat doesn't bother me at all, since at least I know I'm helping someone by sharing my ability. I guess I just wish it could be a different kind of arrangement. Am I making any sense? That's not the reaction I was expecting. Yeah, I guess I'm full of surprises, apparently. The remaining 15 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship with the Foundation. To exceed the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. Endlog. Note: This may be easier than I thought at first. Right now, efforts should be made to convince SCP-4051 that the Foundation has its best interests at heart. I would like to see some modifications to its containment unit as well. Too much concrete. Access Experiment Log 4051 E4 and E5. Experiment 4051 E4. Name Dr. Edwards. Date 8/23/2012. Procedure. A D-class subject is to be introduced inside the observation chamber with SCP-4051. SCP-4051 will be instructed to manifest a small stone, and the D-class subject will attempt to remove the stone from the portal. Result: SCP-4051 appeared intimidated by the D-class subject. Subject D-2954-3 did not vocalize any concerns. Dr. Edwards instructed SCP-4051 to comply with the request, and Subject D-2954-3 was told to touch the edges of the portal before inserting his hand. Subject D-2954-3 made multiple explicit comments and was reminded of the consequence of unruly behavior. Subject 2954-3 reported that the edges of the portal were solid, then retrieved the stone from the wormhole. Note: thank God we're getting somewhere again. It seems like SCP-4051 is only anomalous in that it can manifest the wormhole. Theoretically, if we could replicate the anomaly, we could cut out the middleman of getting it to work with us. Since we already have sufficient data on the wormhole itself, I'll try to determine how it uses its anomaly. Brain scans, analyzing nerves in its arm, that kind of thing. Experiment 4051 E5. Name Dr. Edwards. Date 8/24/2012. Procedure: a mechanical arm holding a GPS tracking chip will insert the chip into SCP-4051's portal. SCP-4051 will retrieve the intended object, close the portal, and manifest the same object. Staff will determine if a signal from the tracking chip can be established. Results: SCP-4051 complied with all requests and created a wormhole leading to the same framed picture of its mother as manifested in Experiment 4051-E1. Chip was inserted and was observed to hang suspended in space on the other side of the portal. When a signal from the chip was received, SCP-4051 removed the picture and allowed the wormhole to close. The signal was lost at this time. SCP-4051 again produced the portal to manifest the picture, and the signal was re-established, but the chip was not observed. It was later confirmed to be approximately 9,500 kilometers from the wormhole. Note: well, not exactly the most interesting results I could have hoped for. I'm not planning on submitting a request for more testing on the subject. Just a small note too, but we compared the picture it manifested today to the one manifested in Experiment 4051-E1. The more recent one has a few changes. The hairstyle is different, and a few moles are missing on her cheeks. Access Transcript Therapy Session 4051-2. Begin log. The first 50 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship with the Foundation. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. So, about that experiment you did today. Oh, yeah, it was great. I think they put a GPS chip inside my portal to see if they could relocate it. Did they? Yeah, the first time. I closed the portal and reopened it, and the chip was a long way away. Hey. Cool. Is that what you were expecting? Not really. I tried testing my powers on my own just to see what I could do. Doing something like that wasn't really feasible, so I'm excited. I can tell. Actually, wait, do you have any requests for testing? I seriously doubt you can tell Dr. Edwards what I want him to do, and he'll follow through. Hey, I mean, it's unprofessional, but I want you to feel valued. It's fine, thank you. Dr. Edwards probably knows better than me anyways. The remaining 10 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship with the Foundation. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. End log. Addendum 4051.3. Procedure 350 Promethean, and therapy sessions with Dr. Yesenia. Enter Level 4 4051 security credentials. Access granted. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Following procedure has been labeled unethical after additional review by the Ethics Committee. Any persons other than the current director of Site-17 or a member of the Overseer Council attempting to uncover further details regarding Procedure 350 Promethean will be subjected to inquiry by the Ethics Committee. Procedure Proposal. Procedure 350 Promethean. Procedure Designation. Procedure 350 Promethean. Procedure Type. Experimental Surgical Procedure. Primary aim to synthesize the active chemical compound in amnestic drugs, Y909, and to perform research upon SCP-4051's primary anomalous attribute to facilitate this synthesis. Required materials, data expunged. Required funding, redacted. Involved persons, Dr. Edwards, Dr. Redacted, Dr. Redacted, data expunged, and SCP-4051. Execution, data expunged. Contingencies. Procedure 350 Promethean is equipped to deal with the following disadvantageous and uncontrollable circumstances which may result from its application. The Class E wormhole produced by SCP-4051 becoming dangerous to medical personnel executing Procedure 350 Promethean. If this occurs, SCP-4051 will undergo paralyzing injections of redacted, and the wormhole will no longer be able to sustain itself. SCP-4051 attempting to remove itself from the immediate area by force or otherwise. If this occurs, SCP-4051 will undergo paralyzing injections of redacted. SCP-4051 attempting to harm medical personnel operating upon it. If this occurs, SCP-4051 will undergo several debilitating injections and be returned to its containment unit. Transfer of Procedure Lead. Ethics Committee Liaison Dr. Jeremiah Samarian and Dr. David Edwards. Dr. David Edwards, do you confirm that you are the person whose identifying information is listed on the document before you? I do. Do you confirm that you are currently of sound mind and body and are capable of becoming the procedure lead of Procedure 350 Promethean? I do. Do you understand that any actions taken by you which are considered unethical and not specified by the agreed upon conditions of this procedure will result in your immediate removal from this project? I do. Do you understand that your brother, Dr. Anthony Roswell, has been permanently injured by an anomalous object which was intimately involved in the procedure you are about to lead? Yes. Do you recognize that any actions which cause needless and intentional pain and suffering to the aforementioned anomalous object will be investigated by an Ethics Committee liaison as a potential violation of the Foundation Code of Ethics regarding humanoid anomalies? I do. Do you promise that your work on this procedure will be exclusively for the purpose of upholding the Foundation's primary objectives? I do. Please state these objectives: to secure, to contain, to protect. So, with the Overseer Council, so with us. Relevant materials: medical profile of Dr. Anthony Roswell. Date of admission: 8/17/2012. Condition status: critical. Description: induced coma, prolonged exposure to Class E paracognitive hazards. Further information irrelevant. Additional information: exposure and primary injuries occurred as a result of routine experiment with SCP-4051. Recovery is not anticipated. Access Experiment Log 4051-E7. Date 8/31/2012. Procedure: Dr. Edwards is to initiate Procedure 350 Promethean. Results: data expunged by order of the Ethics Committee. Notes: damn kid, broke the straps on the chair. I'm tempted to get it tranquilized during the procedure, but we need it awake. Access transcript of therapy session 4051-3. Begin log. Hey, Rainer. Hey, Miss Yasena. Call me Jane. Okay. Hey, Miss Jane. Close enough. You doing okay? Not really, but it's my fault. What happened? I talked back to a guard and they took away the desk in my room that you gave me. People get scared of what they don't understand. I don't think it's that. You work with stuff you don't understand all the time. It's your job not to get scared by it. Well, do you want me to try to get it back for you? No, I'll try to be better. Besides, just a desk. I'll get it back. The remaining 50 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship with the Foundation. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. End log. Note: the hell am I supposed to do? Edwards has been telling me Rainer's been getting resentful, but I'm not seeing that in our conversations. He still seems like the same sweet kid as before. Access Experiment Log 4051-E9. Date 9/15/2012. Procedure: Dr. Edwards is to initiate Procedure 350 Promethean. Results: data expunged by order of the Ethics Committee. Notes: this was the first procedure we've actually completed. We need to keep experimenting with different manifested objects. SCP-4051's compliance with the procedure greatly alleviated most of the complications. Access transcript of therapy session 4051-4. Begin log. The first 15 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship to the Foundation. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. So, has everything else been going all right? Yeah, I keep having these dreams. Dreams or nightmares? Nightmares. You're a therapist, right? I'm pretty sure I am. I don't want to seem like I'm a freak, alright? I know that's stupid, but I'm scared of people treating me like I'm special because of what happened with my dad. Ah, the night he left? You already know about that? The Foundation compiled an extensive record on you before we brought you in. That makes sense. Well, if you are ready. No, please, if you want to share your own experience with me, it'll be more valuable than any police report. When I was locked in that closet, I felt so awful. I could hear him getting the bleach from the kitchen, but I couldn't break down that damn door, no matter how hard I tried. I think that's why my nightmares are all about not being able to move as something creeps closer and closer. I couldn't keep her from being hurt, and that's sticking with me, I guess. Does it bother you the police never caught him? Yeah, I think. Yeah, it bothers me that he's out there somewhere. Well, officially I shouldn't be telling you this, and while they are compiling your file, they found your dad. He's in prison in Arkansas, serving a life sentence for murder. SCP-4051 remains silent. Are you alright? I thought this would be more... I don't know. Sorry, it's nothing. The remaining 40 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship with the Foundation. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. End log. Note: Rainer's mental state has been greatly improving. He seems to be fitting into his role here at the Foundation. I hope this means that Edward's experiments are going more smoothly. Access Experiment Log 4051-E13 and E14. Date 9/27/2012. Procedure: Dr. Edwards is to initiate Procedure 350 Promethean. Results: data expunged by order of the Ethics Committee. Proposal: Denied. Notes. He didn't even remember Anthony. Doesn't recognize his name at all. Why am I assigned to this? Experiment 4051E14. Date 10/02/2012. Procedure: Dr. Edwards is to initiate Procedure 350 Promethean. Results: data expunged by the order of the Ethics Committee. Afterward, SCP-4051 requested information regarding Dr. Roswell. The request was immediately denied, as knowledge of Dr. Roswell's condition would most likely affect SCP-4051's pre-existing mental health issues, which have been Notes: the procedure was a success. As unprofessional as my behavior was yesterday, I believe my outburst has a positive effect on SCP-4051. We are getting closer to work on Project 350 Janus. Access transcript of therapy session 4051-5. Begin log. The first 20 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship with the Foundation. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Graham. I don't know. I really did like cross country. I liked seeing nature moving around and being active. I get that. Are you having trouble staying in your containment unit? A little, I guess. It'd be nice to see something green again. Do you want me to make a request? If I'm pushy, I might be able to get you a treadmill. Not if it means getting on your boss's bad side. I don't want to cause trouble. Come on, you're not causing anyone any trouble by asking for some entertainment in your cell. I know that, but, am I really helping anyone? I don't follow? The test they're doing on me, does it help anyone? Do you want to help the Foundation, Rainer? I think we've established I can't break out. Isn't there some way I can at least be useful? I see no reason why you shouldn't be. I'll file a request to the site director. A request? For what? I can try to get them to help you. We can let you help around the site, maintenance and stuff like that. SCP-4051 rises from the chair in excitement. You're serious? You can do that? You're actually going to do that? Yeah, of course. You're a fantastic young man to speak with, and I'm sure the rest of the site will appreciate having you around. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. God, I get to help again. I'd be stuck here and I'd be useless again, but it's all right. Seriously, it's fine. I'm happy. You're happy. The remaining 30 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant to SCP-4051's relationship to the Foundation. See the extended transcript. Submit a request to Site Director Graham. End log. Note: this entire plan to get SCP-4051 to want to help the Foundation seems kind of frivolous in hindsight. He's already compliant and convinced that helping out the site is just an extension of his prior vigilantism. I'll contact Graham in a few minutes.
Addendum 451.4. SCP-4051 has been granted a Level 1 security clearance to assist Site-17 in general repairs. This does not mean SCP-4051 is to be allowed to wander freely around the facility. SCP-4051 will be escorted by armed personnel to areas requiring repairs once weekly.
Addendum is no longer in effect. Addendum 451.5. Table of events between 10/10/2012 and 5/25/2013. Date 10/10/2012. Event description: SCP-4051 performs its first routine maintenance session. The session is uneventful. Date 10/18/2012. Event description: Dr. Yasena requests information regarding Procedure 350 Promethean. Request is denied due to Dr. Yasena's inadequate clearance level. Date 11/2/2012. Event description: Dr. Edwards announces to Site Director Graham that Procedure 350 Promethean has produced sufficient amount of data such that a design for Project 350 Janus should be proposed. Date 11/7/2012. Event description. A design for Project 350 Janus is finalized. Date 11/21/2012. Event description. Site-17 experiences a site-wide containment breach. By chance, redacted but double-digit instances of SCP redacted make contact with SCP-4051 while it is performing its weekly maintenance. The instances initially overwhelm attending armed personnel, but are turned back by SCP-4051 when it manifests fire, which produces a flame constantly emitting from the open wormhole. SCP-4051 is able to aim the fire at the SCP redacted instances and terminate a redacted but double-digit number before attending personnel are able to incapacitate it and retreat to a safe location. Date 11/28/2012. Event description. Dr. Yasena is ordered to verbally reprimand SCP-4051 for its unauthorized manifestation of an object during the containment breach the previous week. Dr. Yesenia complies, and SCP-4051 is not allowed to participate in any maintenance sessions for 2 months. Date 2/7/2013. Event description. SCP-4051 celebrates its first birthday in Foundation custody. Dr. Yesenia's original gift proposal of a treadmill is to be placed inside SCP-4051's cell for its entertainment. It is rejected by Dr. Edwards. Dr. Yesenia's following proposal, a portable chess set, is accepted. Date 2/28/2013. Event description. SCP-4051 aids in the recontainment of SCP redacted from its containment unit, manifesting 20 cubic meters of methoxyfluorine and incapacitating it. Date March 3rd, 2013. Event description. A prototype of Project 350 Janus is constructed. Testing confirms that the device is non-operational. Dr. Edwards is informed of the need for more data regarding SCP-4051's anomaly. Date March 4th, 2013. Event description. Dr. Edwards requests a replacement of the incision tool used in Procedure 350 Promethean, which has become extensively damaged by unknown means. Date April 10th, 2013. Event description. Project 350 Janus continues to produce redacted instead of the requested object. Dr. Edwards is given full control over the project to ensure its success. Date April 12th, 2013. Event description. Dr. Yesena requests a review by the Ethics Committee regarding Procedure 350 Promethean. The request is denied. Date April 27th, 2013. Event description. During a standard weekly maintenance session, SCP-4051 is hurt by a falling lead beam. Attending personnel request medical attention, and SCP-4051 asks permission to manifest various bandages for its wound. The request is granted. Date May 16th, 2013. Event description. Dr. Yesenia requests access to SCP-4051's medical file and is reminded of her inadequate clearance. The request is denied. Date May 23rd, 2013. Event description. Data expunged by order of the Ethics Committee. Date May 25th, 2013. Event description. Project 350 Janus successfully manifests a requested object. The machine malfunctions immediately after the manifestation, rendering it non-operable. Addendum 43051.6. Invalid input. By order of the Overseer Council, following reports are Level 4 4051 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Failure to comply will result in immediate termination via latent Blue Order memetic kill agent. 4051. Input for 4051 clearance. Contains themes of abuse and emotional manipulation. Memo to the Office of Site-17 Director from Dr. Yesenia, assigned to SCP-4051 as an on-site therapist. Graham, it's been some time since I've received a formal update from you regarding SCP-4051. Despite my best efforts to acquire anything of substance related to the work of Dr. Edwards is doing on him, all of my attempts have led to failure. I'm not asking for a higher clearance level. I'm attempting to provide you with some advice. I have my suspicions about the nature of Project 350 Janus and what you're trying to accomplish, but whatever it is evidently important to your superiors due to the time that is taken to develop the project. I can only imagine that you're receiving significant pushback from them. Although I cannot help with the development of the project, I have a proposal for you. SCP-4051 has a remarkable desire to help. His aid in site maintenance has doubtlessly alleviated some of your financial concerns, and he has proven to be resourceful, as well as capable and eager to help the Foundation. If you want to get your superiors off your back, I'd recommend showing them these traits. Explain Raynor to them in a way they'll understand. Prove he's a valuable asset to Site-17 by having him engage in the recovery of a low-threat anomaly. Raynor's ability grants him a versatility that humans do not possess. If you throw him underwater, he can create a breathing apparatus at will. If a member of the team is wounded, he can provide immediate medical support. I want to be clear here. As someone with a connection to him, I have a certain bias. I want him to be freer, happier, but consider the idea that allowing him to support the Foundation in a more active role will be advantageous to you, the Foundation at large, and the people giving Dr. Edwards the money he needs to continue his experimentation. Skip login. tgrams-s17. Password redacted. Login. Joint MTF retrieval P7S3 on 07/18/2013, 1500. Pre-mission report. A 6-person team comprised of 4 members of MTF Psi-7, Home Improvement, 1 member of MTF Sigma-3, Bibliographers, and SCP-4051 will investigate the site of confirmed anomalous activity, a building located in Chicago, Illinois. The building has 2 underground sublevels and is suspected of being an abandoned nexus for interdimensional travel. A Class S slow burn amnestic, used in situations where operatives without sufficient clearance require knowledge of classified materials for a period of time. The administration of an amnestic after such a period may not be possible. The drug administered to SCP-4051 was designed to activate after 2 hours, at which time all memories between administration and activation would be forgotten. Has been administered to SCP-4051, who has been supplied with standard exploration gear and a gun loaded with rubber bullets. SCP-4051 has been granted limited membership to MTF Psi-7 for ease of documentation and will be referred to as P7 Raynor. P7 Charlie. Mic check. Everyone call in. P7 Jayla. I hear you. P7 Rico. Same on my end. P7 Trevor. Radio's good. P7 Raynor. Good over here. S3 Morgan. Resident type blue present. We heading in now? Site command. Affirmative. Team enters the structure via a back door into an unfurnished concrete room. Command. We have some graffiti on the walls here. Noted. Filters aren't catching any memetics, so you should be fine. These are some thaumaturgical symbols here. Looks like variations on, well, they should be misdirecting or hiding something. So there could be something in the room we can't see. Command, are you guys catching anything like that? Negative, Morgan. Okay, then the symbols are probably meant for people passing by the building on the street. They're not hiding it from view, more making it unremarkable. Command, this room is clear. Entering the next one. Understood. Site enters the adjacent room. The room has more garbage on the floor than the last. Morgan, anything different with the graffiti here? Not that I can see. More runes to misdirect the unsuspecting. The team searches the items on the floor for 2 minutes. Room seems clear. Our anomaly should be on another floor. Hey, I read the file report, but what exactly are we supposed to be looking for? The reports we got suggest that this place has some extra-dimensional abnormality. We'll be getting close when the symbols on the wall start changing. Alright, team, moving out now. Morgan, let us know if you see anything. The team enters a stairwell and begins traveling downwards. Morgan pauses. New symbols. The one up ahead has a seraph that imbues it with the power to harm. Meaning, the people who are using this building don't want the uninvited to enter, so they set up defensive mechanisms on the walls to discourage non-magic users. Let's see, there should be some prerequisite. Right, that one up ahead means potential. That's what the hand calls magical capability, right? Yeah, although, did they give you the same pre-mission materials as us? I think so. They gave me an amnestic and told me after 2 hours I wouldn't remember anything I'd read. Morgan, how do we proceed? Go ahead and blow out the sections of the walls with the runes. They were probably just trying to keep homeless people and teenagers out of here. Alright, Jayla, Charlie, do you hear me? I do. Do you advise against using incendiaries? Let Raynor assist in detonation. We're using this mission as a sort of trial run. Alright, Raynor, manifest 2 charges. We'll attach and detonate them. P7 Raynor complies, and the team detonates the charge. Hey Jayla, this kid keeps it up, you'll be out of a job. We should all be able to proceed now. Team enters the first sub-level. The room they enter has less graffiti on the walls, although more thaumaturgical symbols are present. Morgan, what are we looking at? A bunch of enhancement runes. One of these makes the materials harder to break, another boosts perception, another makes you move faster. Anyone feeling those effects? Negative. Not me. Nope. No. Not that I can feel. The serifs over the runes seem to mean it's targeting a specific entity or type of entity. Did the report say anything about this place besides the symbols visible from the outside and the homeless guy talking about going to the other dimension? No, they didn't. Command, did you read anything with the thermal scan in the building? Negative. Jayla, clear this room for us. We'll scout the adjacent rooms and determine if there's another entity here. Is the kid staying with me? He's coming with us. Graham probably wants us to test how he does under pressure. E7 Jayla remains in the room while the rest of the team clears the remaining rooms on the floor. Extraneous 10 minutes of dialogue removed from the transcript. E7 Rico enters the final room, which has a frameless mirror leaning against the back wall. Hey, we got something here, boss. Command, Rico has found a mirror that seems mostly intact. You have permission to engage and determine if it's anomalous. Understood. G7 Charlie presses a hand against the glass. His reflection is seen to stare directly at him, while P7 Charlie is directly observing the surface he is touching. P7 Charlie unexpectedly applies pressure to the mirror, and his reflection observed to buckle its arm with surprised expression before walking out of view. Well, fuck that. Command, we have a confirmed anomalous object. Is this the portal we're looking for? That's not likely. Continue to the second sublevel. Understood. Jayla, we're coming back to you and entering the next floor. Understood. The team regroups and enters the staircase. Sounds of an unknown entity shuffling on the second sublevel are heard from the staircase. Team halts. Command, please advise. Proceed. Everyone, weapons ready. Raynor, get in the back. E7 Charlie enters the second sublevel from the stairwell and performs a visual scan of the room. No entity is confirmed, although detection is made difficult due to the darkness. The walls and floor are free of graffiti and litter. P7 Charlie signals for the rest of the team to proceed and activate their shoulder-mounted lights. The team approaches the only doorway, and a loud screech is heard before a creature travels extremely quickly past the doorway from the adjacent hallway. The creature is approximately 1 meter in height, 2 meters in length, and resembles an arachnid. The head of the creature is ostensibly a hairless humanoid, disregarding the lack of discernible eyes or comparable organs. The team retreats to the entrance of the stairwell. Morgan, what's the likelihood that the runes upstairs apply to that thing? Very high. Its speed, perception, and durability have been augmented. Define durability. Physical force won't do much damage to it. That means bullets are essentially useless. Hell yeah. Command, did the report say that this floor is just this room, a hallway, and a large central room? Should be the case. Our goal is to get into that central room. There should be an entrance in the hallway, so we need a way to clear out the spiders. Trevor, you want to help with that? You know that I do. The team enters the hallway, with P7 Rico observing the south end of the hallway for hostile entities, while P7 Charlie observes the north end. Turns to the east are visible in both directions at the ends of the hallway. The team proceeds to the north for approximately 5 meters before P7 Rico sights an entity turning from the eastern hall and proceeding towards them. Trevor, we got one in my direction, coming in fast. Trevor turns towards the entity and uses his supplied flamethrower. The entity is engulfed in flame and emits a loud shriek before the flames abate, revealing its charred corpse. Several shrieks are also heard from elsewhere in the building, along with rapid shuffling, converging on the team's locations. Shit, Trevor, cover that end. We'll slow ours down with bullets. Rainer, use your flamethrower and cover us on this end while we move down the hallway. Understood. The team moves north and is met with resistance by the entities. 3 approach from the south towards P7 Trevor and are promptly dispatched. 2 approach from the north and are incapacitated by P7 Rainer after P7 Charlie and P7 Jayla and S3 Morgan deter the entities with conventional firearms. The team turns at the corner and dispatches 5 more entities before coming to an entrance to the central room. The walls of the room are covered in thaumaturgical symbols, and a large circular pattern of unidentified red liquid is present on the floor. Shit, did we kill them all? I was just starting to have fun. Trevor, quiet. P7 Charlie's shoulder-mounted light illuminates a child huddled in the corner of the room. It appears to be a female and clothed in thin white dress. Shit. Command, did the report mention anything about cult activity in this building? Negative. May I approach? Go ahead. P7 Jayla switches off her shoulder-mounted light and approaches the child, lowering herself to be eye-to-eye with it. The child appears to have various injuries and cuts on its arms and legs. Hey, you alright? The child does not respond but raises its head to look at P7 Jayla. Do you know how you got here? I was in a library. Oh? Where? A far-away place, and yet so close. Charlie, just a reminder, this is definitely some demon shit. I was cast out, kept a prisoner from knowledge, left to lurk in the darkened places beneath those holy shelves. The child begins to stand, but is stopped by P7 Jayla when she aims her firearm at the child's forehead. I wouldn't do that if I were you, sweetie. You cannot harm me more than they did. Even if your bullets could pierce me, it would be nothing compared to the agony I felt underneath the stone. Jayla, take the shot. P7 Jayla fires a single round at the child's forehead. It stumbles back before emitting a screech, and its body begins to be disfigured as it transforms into an arachnid, similar to the entities encountered previously. Its new form measures roughly 5 meters in length and height. P7 Jayla is consequently knocked back and pinned beneath it as it writhes on the ground. Shit, get it off me! The team engages with the entity for roughly 10 seconds as it regains its balance. Bullets have little effect, and the flames produced by P7 Trevor and P7 Rainer appears to cause pain, but do not deter the entity. It lifts itself up and uses its mouth to grab hold of P7 Jayla's right leg, breaking it in the process. It drags P7 Jayla to the center of the circular pattern and begins to mutilate her legs, causing P7 Jayla to lose consciousness. At this time, the thaumaturgical symbols present on the walls are seen to glow softly, and the floor contained by the circular pattern begins to dematerialize. After 5 seconds, the floor becomes a portal into an unknown location, with dirty brick walls and a floor of a tunnel visible. P7 Jayla and the entity fall through the portal. Shit, Jayla, we've got company! 20 smaller arachnid entities emerge from the hallway behind the team. Despite P7 Trevor's usage of his flamethrower and S3 Morgan's usage of their thaumaturgical ability, incapacitating 10 of the 20 arachnids, the team is overwhelmed. S3 Morgan, P7 Trevor, P7 Charlie, and P7 Rico are dragged by 5 of the entities into the portal, and P7 Rainer successfully terminates the remaining 5 with his makeshift flamethrower. At this time, Site Command's connection with the rest of the team is intermittently lost and reestablished. Rainer, can you hear me? I can. Shit, what the hell? How are you able to terminate the remaining entities without aid? I memorized the symbols we saw upstairs, then I manifested a few strips of tape with the symbols inscribed on them and put them on my suit. So, speed, perception, misdirection. What was the other one? Rainer, is the portal still open? Yeah, it is. I'm seeing a brick tunnel. It's real dark down there. Abort the mission, return to the back door of the building immediately, and wait for a retrieval. Do I have to? Yes, you have to. Failure to comply will result in, listen, I'm going in. That's what a hero does, right? He disobeys his superiors to save the day. Disobedience will almost certainly mean you'll never be selected for another mission. I know, but they can't have gone far. At the very least, I can try to explore that other place for you guys. Site commands with P7 Rainer is lost as he enters the portal. A support team composed of additional members from MTF Site-17 is requested for retrieval. Connection is re-established after 30 seconds. P7 Rainer is seen running down the brick tunnel using his shoulder-mounted light to illuminate the area in front of him. Connection re-established. Rainer, where are you? One of them is up ahead. I can hear it dragging. Shit, is that Morgan? Hey! P7 Rainer's shoulder-mounted light illuminates an Aleph Order semi-physical entity. From Dr. Harkov's Guide to Classifying Semi-Physical Entities, 1998 Anniversary Edition. Aleph Order is a designation given to an entity which is both non-physical and capable of interacting with the physical world. Aleph Order entities differ from Hazma Order entities in their ability to deconstruct physical objects, while Hazma Order entities can only exert simple pushing and pulling forces. Lifting S3 Morgan and pushing them against the wall of the tunnel, S3 Morgan's body appears to be merging with the brick structure of the wall, causing them extreme pain, but they are unable to vocalize it for unknown reasons. 2 halves of the corpse of an arachnid entity are present farther down the tunnel. P7 Rainer removes his provided firearm and fires 5 rounds at the entity. None of the bullets attempt to strike the entity, although 3 pass through the space it occupies. The entity turns its head from S3 Morgan and approaches P7 Rainer, leaving S3 Morgan suspended inside the wall. P7 Rainer manifests fire and aims the flamethrower towards the entity, who does not appear burned but recoils regardless. Its form appears to be disrupted by the light from the flames. Morgan, close your eyes. S3 Morgan is unable to respond, but shuts their eyes, turning their head away from P7 Rainer. P7 Rainer manifests another object, creating a bright flash in the tunnel and temporarily disabling video. After the effects of the flash abate, the entity is not observed and is presumed to either demanifested or been terminated. Video has been re-established. Command? Morgan, can you extricate yourself from the wall? Fuck no, it's like my wall and my arm are the same thing. Site Command discusses options for S3 removal as P7 Trainer gives medical attention to their other injuries. Morgan, would you consent to removing the arm entirely? Over what? Waiting for the other team to get here? Fuck that. Do you want me to do the procedure? Manifest a laser and test it on the arachnid corpse near you. P7 Rainer complies. The manifested portal produces a bright red beam that cleaves the flesh of the arachnid and immediately cauterizes the inflicted wound. Right, this should be quick. Do you want something to... Go ahead and do it. I'll be fine. P7 Rainer manifests a laser and successfully detaches S3 Morgan's arm from their shoulder. The shoulder is cauterized and S3 Morgan expresses extreme pain. Rainer, manifest painkillers, the variety referenced in your pre-mission materials preferably. P7 Rainer complies and administers painkillers to S3 Morgan. S3 Morgan vocalizes extreme discomfort and pain for another 60 seconds. Jesus. Okay, it's better now. Do you have any other injuries? Honestly, after that, I don't think anything's going to feel painful again. Alright. Do you want to leave and re-enter the building through the portal, or continue down the tunnel? Command, are you sending in a rescue team? The team has been assembled and is currently en route to the building. It would cut down on potential complications if you would. Great. Tell them Rainer and I are going further into the tunnel after the rest of our team. Do you have any particular justification for this egregious breach of protocol? Yeah. I'd prefer to keep it to myself, though. I'll put your preference down on record, and I doubt that will be sufficient enough for anyone reviewing your behavior post-mission. Listen, I'm ex-hand. I wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the Wanderer's Library when I was active, but I knew some stuff. Foundation is currently barred from accessing the library, which is pretty standard procedure for undesirable groups. That spider thing that carried off Charlie and the rest is worse than the Foundation as far as the library is concerned. Can you give me a simple reason for this protocol breach? Right, sure. That thing is attempting to break back into the library, and I need to stop it. Put it under, protection of non-combatants. Noted. Alright, kid, you ever fucked with magic before? I haven't. Can you walk? Give me a hand and we'll see. P7 Rainer assists S3 Morgan in standing. Command, right, adrenaline is coming down. P7 Rainer begins to support S3 Morgan as they walk down the tunnel. There's a fork up ahead. I saw the spiders take the rest of the team to the right. Understood. Are you feeling any better? I am. Just, if it gets painful, think about the opposite of pain. The opposite? It helps more than just thinking about the pain being gone. Think of it more like pain's inverse, I guess. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Both are silent for several seconds. Did you receive that scar during the fight? The one on my arm? Yeah, I saw it before you manifested the light to kill the thing attacking me. No, I got this before. I think I can fix that with my thaumaturgy. Or I could have fixed it, I guess. Being a type blue with one arm is going to be difficult. What's it like being a magician? Great, at first. You feel like you're on top of the world, then someone finds out. You ask them to keep it quiet, but of course they don't. You go to the library because where else can you go? Was it lonely in the library? Alone and without a book to read? Yes, it's dreadful. You can see others around you, imbibing a universe of knowledge, being happy and free among the shelves, but you're trapped with your own self-doubt. It's like coming out as non-binary, all over. Hold on. Both stay still as they observe the fork in the tunnel. Two entities are present in the right turn. One appears to be a floating, tattered cloak, obscuring the wearer from view. The other's form is unobservable due to several localized reality distortions surrounding it, but appear to be somewhat humanoid. The two entities are engaging with hostilities with each other. We'll have to pass these two if we want to follow the team. I recognized the shroud from the library before it was vanished. It has a particular distaste for the written word and seeks to absorb literature into the oblivion beneath its fabric. And the other? I can't be certain. I've read about it in the library, but, well, I haven't entered the library for a long time. But I believe it's an entity that rewrites reality. Both presented a high-level threat to the knowledge contained by the library and were subsequently sent here. Any advice for combat? Physical force won't be particularly effective. I'd recommend letting you use my thaumaturgy, but I'll be a bit slower with my blue spells than usual. We either have... What are those things on your suit? Strips of duct tape. I manifested them so the runes we saw on the upper floors were inscribed onto them. Is that bad? It's inventive. Our goal should be able to pass them without being noticed. Unfortunately, that means waiting until they start to fight. Command, how soon until that second team reaches the building? Approximately 5 minutes. Understood. You ready, Raynor? I am. The two observe as the entities circle each other until the shrouded figure reaches to open its robe. Several isolated spatial distortions form around the shrouded figure, but are abruptly nullified when it removes the front section of cloth. The second entity reacts aggressively to this, appearing to phase from the visible light spectrum before several thaumaturgical symbols are observed on the fabric of the cloaked figure. The symbols grow red and the shrouded figure acts agitated and removes the robe entirely, discarding it. The discarded shroud is surrounded in an explosion, destroying a section of the wall close to S3 Morgan and P7 Raynor. Alright, sprint as quickly as you can. P7 Raynor assists S3 Morgan as they run through the tunnel. As they pass the entities, both take notice of them, but appear unwilling to pursue. P7 Raynor and S3 Morgan run for 3 more seconds before a shriek is heard, presumably emanating from the previously cloaked figure. The shroud is about to absorb us. It's about to what? A loud sound echoes through the tunnel as an unseen force is seen pulling S3 Morgan and P7 Raynor towards the two entities, as S3 Morgan attempts to use their thaumaturgical ability to cancel the effect. Both are pulled backward along the tunnel floor, and the previously cloaked entity is observed. It appears to be a mass of corporeal black tendrils. Morgan, the fuck do we do? Hold on to my arm if you can. Shit. S3 Morgan is unable to resist the unseen force due to their previously sustained injuries and is pulled rapidly towards the entity. P7 Raynor reacts by letting go of his hold on the brick floor and manifesting a portal while in mid-air. The manifested object is inconsistent in form, but appears to be a series of white tendrils, shifting in and out of the visible spectrum. The manifested object approaches the entity at a faster rate than either S3 Morgan or P7 Raynor, and upon making contact with the entity, disappears. The hostile entity likewise cannot be located. S3 Morgan falls to the ground, otherwise unharmed. Both are silent for several seconds. Kid? What the hell was that? I panicked. I saw that I was about to get you, and I thought about how much I didn't want it to be there. And shit, look out! Several localized spatial distortions appear around P7 Rayner's body, resulting in loss of audio and video connection to Site Command. S3 Morgan video is likewise affected. The audio indicates that S3 Morgan dispelled the remaining entity after a few seconds. Connection has been re-established. I read you, Command. Kid, you alright? P7 Rayner vocalizes extreme distress and sounds as if he is holding back tears. Did I kill that guy, Morgan? It wasn't human. It was an aberration whose existence was dedicated to the destruction of knowledge. I manifested the exact opposite of that. In space and matter, it must have canceled out with the real thing, and now they just don't exist. Command, I've changed my mind and I'm aborting the mission. Knowing Charlie, he's already managed to kill the arachnid. Denied, Morgan. What? Dr. Edwards is currently viewing the video of this exploration and has made it very clear that the operation should continue. P7 Rayner visibly flinches at the mention of Dr. Edwards. And I'm supposed to listen to some researcher sitting safe and sound in Site-17? Dr. Edwards is the current director for the SCP-4051 project and has been given authority over this operation by Site Director Graham. S3 Morgan silently deliberates for several seconds before returning to P7 Rayner. Can you stand? Yes. We're continuing this mission. We shouldn't be too far from the rest of the team. Stay behind me. Understood. The two continue down the tunnel in silence. After 4 minutes of walking, both audio devices detect sounds of a struggle echoing from farther down the hall. Kid, are you alright? I'm fine. How are you? Yes, how did you get the scar on your arm? I don't want to say. Why's that? I just don't. There's silence for 1 minute. I messed it up in a containment breach. They sometimes let me out to help around the site, and an anomaly got out during one of our sessions. Big thing, lots of claws, scratched my arms before the guards took it out. Alright, sorry you had to go through that. Me too. Several tremors shake the section of the tunnel. We should hurry. S3 Morgan and P7 Rayner sprint down the tunnel. As they do, the walls of the tunnel begin to undergo spatial manipulation, elongating and contracting repeatedly. We have company. Get behind me. The spatial manipulation intensifies in a particular area of the floor, as the head of a large anomalous entity emerges from its back. The entity appears to be humanoid and continues to rise until its form occupies the entirety of the tunnel. Its body is roughly 20 meters in height, requiring the walls and ceiling to warp around it. Its skin appears to be pure white, with several unknown runes and designs marked in black substance along its forearms and chest.
100 chains to bind me, 100 more before me.
Your path so far removed. Must you tarry long?
I come as a preventer of misfortune. One behind you is shadowed in doubt. Thing I have known well. A granter of wishes I was in another life, a slave to others by nature. All come undone when one spoke fell words. I wish for the destruction of the Wanderer's library. In this purgation, I sense a kindred soul.
Your purgation is not yet complete. Your power is still beyond you. You may not prevent our passing. I see no comparison between you and I. It is currently unknown if SCP-4051 spoke in this manner due to an anomalous compulsive effect. Rayner, be quiet.
A free man you see yourself, you who are entangled in bindings, both physical and mental.
I, who am... Multiple thaumaturgical symbols manifest around P7 Rayner's head, silencing him. The entity's eyes glow and it leans towards P7 Rayner. preparing to manipulate the runes with its fingers. The runes glow and dissipate before reappearing around S3 Morgan, effectively paralyzing them. I, who am free, know my own nature.
You are crippled by doubt. Your mind is a boiling sea of indecision.
And I am free to make it thus.
You are wrong. A foreign binding compels your hand.
Entity begins to reach for P7 Rainer, but is repelled when P7 Rainer manifests fire. It retracts its hand and returns to a standing position. Black runes on its skin begin to glow red.
In my eternal perdition, I seek redemption for a crime not my own. I cannot allow a kinder spirit to suffer as I have.
Reality begins to distort around P7 Rainer's location and video connection is lost. S3 Morgan is released from their magically induced paralysis and immediately fires at the entity, who has begun to destabilize. The entity is unaffected and disperses its physical form into the localized reality distortion surrounding P7 Rainer. P7 Rainer vocalizes acute distress and pain. I, slave, need them. I can't. The distorted space appears to fluctuate, and S3 Morgan retreats to a safe distance. I will not be your slave as well. Command, I need advice here. Working on it. Several tremors shake the tunnel, and P7 Rainer vocalizes extreme pain. The fluctuations of the distortion increase, and the walls of the tunnel begins to undergo rapid contraction and expansion. I need an answer now. A circle of unidentifiable runes surrounds the floor around P7 Rainer, appearing to glow and emit sparks of white lightning, which strike the distorted space from all sides. Sections of the walls close to P7 Rainer disintegrate, causing unknown damage to the tunnel's structural integrity. Initiating activation of P7 Rainer's Type S slow burn amnestic in 3, 2, 1. At this time, all anomalous phenomena surrounding P7 Rainer cease, and P7 Rainer falls to the ground unconscious. How long will he be like this? Acclimation takes roughly. Abruptly, P7 Rainer regains consciousness and immediately stands, apparently only moderately impeded by the residual effects of the amnestic, and begins to sprint down the tunnel. Rainer, wait! S3 Morgan is unable to match P7 Rainer's pace and soon falls behind. Get out of my head, get out of my head! P7 Rainer manifests an object, and all brick walls within a 30-meter radius of him abruptly disintegrate. A path is revealed, and a large arachnid creature is seen at the end, before disappearing from view. I got you now. P7 Rainer's pace increases until he enters a large chamber at the end of the path. The chamber is composed entirely of brick and is several stories tall. Inside the chamber, P7 Rico, P7 Trevor, and P7 Charlie are seen engaging the arachnid creature. On the floor, an elaborate design of red liquid has been created, with the body of P7 Jayla in the center. Letters of various known and unknown languages manifest from the border of the design. Rainer, what the fuck happened to you? P7 Rainer screams as the massive humanoid entity reforms above the group. Standing suspended in the chamber, its eyes begin to glow as it looks down on all of them. Take this! End log. Transcript of therapy session 40-51-59. SCP-4051 is remaining within its containment unit, while Dr. Yesenia communicates with it via the unit's audio surveillance system. Rainer, can you hear me? Oh, Dr. Yesenia, how are you? I'm doing well. How about you? I'm doing great. I just got back from a mission. Oh, tell me about it. I helped a lot of people. Fought a spider. Saved Jayla and Trevor and Rico. And I found out more about my anomaly. Oh, you did? Yeah, I can get rid of things by making their opposite. Walls, enemies, monsters. Maybe when I'm doing maintenance, I can clean out. Rainer, your maintenance sessions have been indefinitely canceled. They've what? We can no longer allow you to exit your containment unit due to the threat you now present to the Foundation at large and the world. SCP-4051 is silent for several seconds before standing and beginning to pace the room, nodding repeatedly. That makes sense. It makes sense. I'm sorry. You don't need to be sorry for anything. Can I still help you? There are several seconds of silence. You help us just by being here, Rainer. I do? Yes, you do. But more importantly, you need us. Oh, I know that. I need you. I know that. Thank you for caring for me. You're welcome, Rainer. Goodbye for now. Goodbye, Dr. Resenia. SCP-4051 sits in the corner of its room and smiles and remains there. End log. Access SkipNet email. 1 new message. RE cleanup. To researcher David Edwards. From Site Director Thomas Graham. Subject cleanup. Edwards. What follows is the unofficial report on the incident involving SCP-4051, the anomalous object placed under your care by Ethics Committee Liaison Jeremiah Cimmerian. On the 18th of July, 2013, 1500 hours, a joint mobile task force composed primarily of members of MTF Psi-7 Home Improvement, but also SCP-4051 and a single member of MTF Sigma-3 Bibliographers, entered an anomalous location in Chicago, Illinois. During the exploration, the team unintentionally entered an extra-dimensional space located beneath the Wanderer's Library. All members of the team except SCP-4051 who entered voluntarily were forced into the portal. While a second retrieval team was being prepped, SCP-4051 Slow Burn Amnestic was activated prematurely in an attempt to expel a hostile entity from its mind. Doing this resulted in a near-complete collapse of SCP-4051's mental stability, and it revealed that it can now manifest the inverse of any given object that it could adequately picture, giving it the ability to destroy any matter it can comprehend. It utilized this ability to destroy a large section of the extra-dimensional space, neutralizing the hostile arachnid entity, as well as the humanoid entity which entered its mind. The second retrieval team reported a massive crater, roughly 100 meters in diameter, with SCP-4051 at the center. SCP-4051 did not resist being incapacitated. Below are the official statuses of all operatives in the initial exploration effort. Team Lead P7 Charlie, alive, currently deployed at another location. P7 Trevor, hospitalized, expected recovery in 2 weeks. P7 Rico, hospitalized, expected recovery in 1 week. P7 Jayla, killed in action. S3 Morgan, hospitalized, expected recovery in 3 weeks. This incident has resulted in the immediate reclassification of SCP-4051 to keter, and its current containment cell is being outfitted with preventative measures should it attempt to breach containment. Special containment procedures need to be updated, as well as all relevant staff briefed on the new situation we're facing. Naturally, the official report on this incident will read differently. In terms of the repercussions of this, I'm expecting an immediate review of all procedures and projects related to SCP-4051 by an ethics committee that is no longer willing to turn a blind eye for the greater good. I'm sorry, Edwards, I can no longer protect you. I'm sorry about what SCP-4051 did to your brother. Dr. Roswell was one of the finest researchers we had at the site. I know we all agreed and found different methods of doing it, you included. Have a good life, Edwards. New message. From to Site Director Thomas Graham. From Researcher David Edwards. Subject RE Cleanup. Graham. Rotten hell, you piece of shit. SCP-4260. The Subdirective. Level 2 4260 Classified. Object Class Euclid. Raise a notice regarding the following document. This document has been significantly edited to obfuscate the identity of SCP-4260. Several addenda have been omitted and are only available with Level 5 4260 clearance. Special Containment Procedures. Area 3, located 2 kilometers beneath Hong Kong, has been created to contain SCP-4260. The containment chamber housing SCP-4260 has been augmented with Strayer density matrix, designed to coalesce and bind its disparate elements. Maintenance to the Strayer density matrix is integral to SCP-4260's containment and requires a specialized team of technicians and speculative astrophysicists. This science in which it's the study on entities which exert an effect on reality by existing. MTF Gamma-8 Baphamites has been assembled for this express purpose and will perform any necessary repairs to the matrix and operate it during Procedure 8917. Archive Index Termination of Primary Asset SCP-4260. Procedure 8917 requires a joint operation between 3 mobile task forces assembled to ensure its effective completion. The assigned task forces denote collectively as Amalgate Force Omicron 45, and their functions are as follows. MTF Gamma-8 Baphamites, assembled from technicians proficient in the operations of the Strayer density matrices and the speculative astrophysicists from RTF Iota 39, Gods and Monsters, who will assist in their direction. MTF Chi 2, Out of the Shadows Come We Darkly, an armed mobile task force specializing in combat with exophysical deity class entities. MTF Chi 2 will engage SCP-4260 and terminate it, ending the initial stage of Procedure 8917. MTF Tau 900, an armed mobile task force specializing in the location of civilians accidentally affected by a successful neutralization of SCP-4260. MTF Tau 900 will then terminate all targets and remove evidence of the procedure's efficacy. Procedure 8917 is considered complete when the following criteria are met. Step 1. SCP-4260 has been successfully terminated. Step 2. The Strayer density matrix is fully operational. Step 3. All affected civilians have been located and terminated. Step 4. All evidence of Procedure 8917 has been removed. And Step 5. SCP-4260 has been resurrected. The document detailing SCP-4260 uploaded to the Foundation intranet is to contain numerous omissions in order to obfuscate the identity of SCP-4260. Description: SCP-4260 refers to the consciousness of an exophysical entity which has permeated itself throughout the known universe. The effect of SCP-4260's existence has been well documented by almost every sapient culture. Termination of SCP-4260 has resulted in the neutralization of its primarily anomalous effect until its resurrection during Procedure 8917. Addendum 4260.1. Activations of Procedure 8917. Date: redacted, 1999. Termination method: fatal puncture wounds and blood loss administered by MTF Chi 2. Procedure causation: massive containment failure at Site-62C. Duration of effect: 110 seconds. Affected: 3 civilians. Status: recontained. Reanimated by SCP-3914-1 in exchange for lifting economic sanctions against Amazon Inc. Date: Redacted 2003. Termination method, blunt force trauma by a member of MTF Shy-2. Procedure causation, the nuclear bombardment of Site-001. Duration of effect, 25 seconds. Affected, 1 civilian. Status, recontained. SCP-4260's consciousness replicated and reproduced as Tantalus.aic. Date, redacted date, 2008. Termination method, destruction of SCP-4260's hard drive completed by MTF Chai-2. Procedure causation, an imminent CK-class reality restructuring scenario. Duration of effect, indeterminate. Affected, 7,213,426,000 individuals. Termination, unnecessary. Status, recontained. A copy of Tantalus.aic was uploaded into an appropriated Peregrine series humanoid utility droid. Date, redacted, 2015. Termination method, detonation of an electromagnetic pulse grenade performed by MTF Chai-2. Procedure causation, the redacted of 05-6. Duration of effect, 180 seconds. Affected, 30 civilians. Status, recontained. Usage of SCP-4051 to manifest a copy of SCP-4260. Date, redacted, 2016. Termination method, incineration committed by MTF Shy-2 during experimental operation Many-Crowned Serpent. Procedure causation, the insufficiency of SCP-4260's containment procedures. Duration of effect, 415 seconds. Affected, 10 civilians. Status, non-applicable. Greetings, 05-9. You are viewing SCP-4260's low clearance iteration, current access L6 General. Would you like to view iteration Beta 4260? Item number 4260, Level 5, Top Secret. Containment class, Euclid. Disruption class, Dark. Risk class, Critical. Special containment procedures. The containment procedures of iteration Alpha 4260 have been deemed unsuitable for the prolonged containment of SCP-4260. As such, experimental operation Many-Crowned Serpent was executed on February 13, 2016, in order to achieve optimal containment. As a result, the nature of SCP-4260 has been radically altered. Errors persist throughout the following description. Original drafting 09-26-2000. Update pending. Description: SCP-4260 is the collective consciousness of an exophysical entity which has permeated itself throughout the known universe. SCP-4260's existence has resulted in the biological senescence of sentient organisms and is the direct cause of any organism's cessation of life functions. SCP-4260 itself is subject to its own entropy, and its anomalous influence on the universe has notably diminished in the preceding millennia. It is projected that SCP-4260 will expire by achieving an exophysical null state in 2017 CE. The former containment procedures of SCP-4260 proved both incapable of halting this effect and its primarily anomalous trait, although complete physical containment was achieved. Procedure 8917 was finalized in March of 1999 and involved the termination of SCP-4260, which would result in an Omega-K class end-of-death scenario, and its immediate reanimation via anomalous means. The procedure was designed to prevent the deaths of high-profile individuals within the Foundation and global extinction if either event arose. Addendum 4260-Beta-1 Acquisition. Assist 4260 Timeline of Manifestation Event. Date January 13th, 1999. Context: primary Site-76 began to register anomalous seismic activity, originating approximately 1 kilometer from the compound. Anomalous spatial distortions indicated Site-76 was experiencing an exophysical manifestation event. RTF-39 deployed for retrieval of object. Involved task forces: RTF Iota-39, Gods and Monsters, and MTF-Mu-8, Southern Hospitality. At 12:09 a.m., Site-76 registers anomalous seismic activity. 12:15 a.m., readings recalibrated, cause of seismic activity determined to be entropic in nature. At 1:03 a.m., RTF Iota-39 deployed. At 1:45 a.m., Iota-39 determines the focal point of seismic activity. Exophysical and entropic activity confirmed. Temporary observational post established. 1:55 a.m., spatial distortions around the origin point indicate a manifestation event. Iota-39 experiences mild pulling force towards origin as SCP-4260 attempts to create an area dense enough to manifest. 2:08 a.m., a rough approximation of a human arm manifests at the origin point. Arm falls to the ground and demanifests. 2:15 a.m., Iota-39 report massive pulling force from origin point. Observation post secured. 2:31 a.m., origin point is now sufficiently dense to facilitate a manifestation. Projected T-minus 36 minutes. Iota-39 requests containment transport. Site-76 assembles and deploys MTF-Mu-8. 3 a.m., manifestation event enters final stage. Observational post suffers minor damage as origin point contracts. Mu-8 arrives and prepares containment and transport. 3:07 a.m., manifestation event ends. SCP-4260 manifests at the origin point as an elderly human. SCP-4260 appears severely disoriented and requests immediate containment and hospitalization. Mu-8 restrains it and begins transport to Site-76's medical bay. Addendum 4260.beta-2 Lecture Log. Date January 7th, 2000. Lecturer RTF Iota-39 Lead Preston Brax. Context: in response to the evident importance of Procedure 8917 to the Foundation's continued operation, the Overseer Council assembled an advisory panel composed of leading members of the Foundation's Exophysics Department, among them RTF Lead Preston Brax. Individuals present: 054 through 0513, Directors of Area 3 and Site-76, 9 members of RTF Iota-39, 3 members of MTF Gamma-8. Alright, time to begin. I am Dr. Preston Brax, lead of RTF Iota-39 and Assistant Director of our little Exophysics Department. I call it little because we only have about 20 members. It actually came as a bit of a shock to us when we received your invitation. Thought you'd forgotten about us. Regardless, the Exophysics Department is dedicated to the study of entities which embody certain universal concepts, such as time, science, and in the case of SCP-4260, death. Old cultures refer to them as gods, which is a bit of a misnomer. We call them intrinsics. Gods are reality-bending entities, usually with their own agendas and identities. Intrinsics are concepts which cannot be separated from our cosmos without us living in a radically different world. They're more concept than entity, and rarely take any sort of physical form. SCP-4260 is somewhat of an anomaly in that regard. As it stands, modern parascience is woefully ignorant of the basics of exophysical reality. We have no idea how many intrinsics exist, if they can be contacted, and to what degree of agency each one has. The avenue towards containment, then, is research. I'm sure most of you have been briefed about SCP-4260's retrieval last year, so I won't belabor any points, but SCP-4260's behaviors have proven to be beyond insightful. First, we know that these things aren't omniscient or all-knowing, because it came to us with hopes that we would know how to save it. It was wrong. Second, we know it's smart. It chose the form of an elderly human, superficially unthreatening and incapable of violence. This was a calculated decision, meant to incline Mu-8 and Iota-39 towards helping it instead of combating it. It succeeded. SCP-4260 does not have a defined personality, nor does it have any goals or motivations beyond self-preservation. When the universe was new, its death was incalculable. Life could not even hope to begin. Death was everywhere in the dark expanse of a lonely cosmos. But over time, a miracle occurred. Maybe the first anomaly. Death began to die. Slowly, ever so slowly, it began to be poisoned by its own ever-present miasma. The million claws which reached from the dark and tore down civilization took hold of their master as well, dragging it screaming into the abyss. Death is dying under our roof, Council members, and that is the most terrifying and most fantastic news humanity may ever receive. Greetings, O5-9. Operation Many-Crowned Serpent has significantly altered the nature of SCP-4260. An update to this file is currently pending approval by the Foundation Archival Department to rectify the persistent errors throughout iteration Beta 4260. Review pending iteration Gamma 4260. Number SCP-4260. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4260 is to be quarantined in Secure Facility Area 3, which has been converted into a secure facility location, designed to protect SCP-4260 from most documented K-Class end-of-the-world scenarios. The facility has been staffed minimally, and no individual is to enter the central underground chamber housing SCP-4260 at any time. The central chamber in which SCP-4260 is contained is classified as a large-scale entity containment unit, and it has been augmented with a concurrent circuit of 7 Strayer density matrices maintained by MTF Gamma-8 Baphamites. If SCP-4260 attempts to exit its containment chamber or contact any of the facility staff, O53, O54, and O510, Foundation Directors of Hypothetical Scenarios, Existential and Pataphysical Studies, and Active Containment, respectively, are to be alerted as soon as possible. Description: SCP-4260 is Foundation Administrator Ethan Horowitz, who has undergone considerable physical augmentation as a result of Operation Many-Crowned Serpent. SCP-4260's anomalous properties include, but are not limited to, extreme anatomical augmentations. SCP-4260 qualifies as a large-scale entity, measuring 130 meters when standing, and possessing a variable number of limbs which can be freely operated. Anatomical manipulation. Although SCP-4260 usually appears to be a large-scale entity, it is capable of altering its physiology for a limited time. Alterations can be as extreme as reverting to Administrator Howitz's non-anomalous body prior to Operation Many-Crowned Serpent, resistance to injury and incapacitation. It has been speculated that MTF Chi-2, Out of the Shadows Come We, Darkly, would require an unprecedented damage output ordinance to complete the initial stage of Procedure 8917. and exophysical abilities which remain poorly understood. So long as SCP-4260 remains alive, any living organism is subject to entropic decay and death. SCP-4260 has become resistant to the tethering capabilities of the Strayer density matrices. If 5 of the 7 concurrent matrices in its containment chamber fail simultaneously, SCP-4260 will breach containment and inadvertently initiate a Chi-K class crowning of death scenario. The exophysical entity, previously catalogued as SCP-4260 prior to its neutralization in Operation Many-Crowned Serpent, exhibited several of these anomalous traits to a more limited degree. After its termination, Foundation Administrator Ethan Horowitz elected to transfer its anomalous properties onto his own person in accordance with the contractual and ritualistic nature of Operation Many-Crowned Serpent. Addendum 4260.1. These are the prime directives of the Foundations: to secure, to contain, and to protect, to remove the anomalous items, persons, and phenomena from the public sphere, to effectively suppress the resurgence of these anomalies or the discovery of them by the general public, and to hold above all else but reality itself, the sanctity of life and the necessity to preserve it. This is the sub-directive of the Foundation: to terminate the primary anomalous phenomena which has plagued life since life's conception, or to facilitate the termination thereof. This is the prime anomaly: death. The sub-directive was never meant to be feasible, at least not in the day and age of our founding. We cannot hope to mitigate the disasters that this would result in: overpopulation, species stagnation, and susceptibility to cataclysmic extra-dimensional forces, which can only be contained via euthanization of those affected, remained the lonely dream of the men who began our venture to order chaos so many decades ago. Now, over a century later, we could achieve the sub-directive at any moment, with only a missive sent to the lead of AF Omicron 45. I suppose it would be marvelous to see a world without death and infirmity, each person freed from the dread of uncertainty and peril. Maybe one day we will find a way to make that world. Until such time, we must secure the perpetual containment of death. This is the nature of Many-Crowned Serpent, to fulfill the first steps of the Foundation's sub-directive. As it stands now, death is a hostile entity intent on its own self-preservation at any cost. We spoke once, and I began to realize that if it could feel anything at all, it would feel the same fear we must face under its tyranny. We could not save death from itself. As far as our science has elevated us, our understanding of reality's based components is sorely lacking. I told this to SCP-4260, and it smiled. "Administrator," it said, "how can I die when I will live on through you?" Death has struck a deal with us. In all of its arcane knowledge, it knows a way to live on afterwards. It has chosen me to be its heir. It is a choice between the eternal agony of humanity and a pain suffered only until we know enough to repair our tired species. It is not a choice at all. This last evil I must allow us to be suffered patiently. Be bold, for one day soon we will have won the battle waged by both us and our ancestors, emerging from the primordial soup. Struggle for life everlasting. Foundation Administrator Ethan Horowitz. Contains themes of institutional gaslighting. Terminal number 016. Welcome, Site Director Weathers. Your current version of the automated passive amnestization system installed at Site-17 is up to date, and all systems are operational. What now? Access APIS version 09. System summary. APIS was developed in 2003 as a result of growing concerns over particular aggressive memetic cognitohazardous and infohazardous entities. This was primarily due to the acquisition of SCP-579, at which point it became evident to security specialists that allowing anomalous perception-based and knowledge-based hazards to remain in containment without an efficient method of counteracting a breach was no longer a possibility. Project APIS involved the installation of a complex network of memory-affecting memetic agents, gaseous amnestics, and concentrated electromagnetic fields. The project underwent extensive testing, and after a successful prototype was produced, now designated SCP-1346, the system was implemented exclusively at Site-17. The system uses amnestics administered through the ventilation shafts, latent memetic agents in various forms of media distributed to staff members, and electromagnetic fields constructed at set intervals throughout the facility. The fluctuating radio waves emitted from these electromagnetic fields are capable of subtly affecting the behavior of individuals who pass through them, and have been used to distract staff members from anomalous compulsion effects, completely obscure hazardous entities from views, and implant harmless memes for the purpose of resisting hostile variants in the wild. All of this allows for staff members to be perpetually resistant to memetic hazards contained on site, as long as they remain unaware of APIS existence. Access Site-17 APIS activation log. Emergency activation amnestics via on-site ventilation. Activation log amnestics. Accessing files. Please wait. Do not disconnect monitor. In some half-forgotten dream, I saw the earth tremble once and fall away as a giant tore through its outer crust, its cruel hands taking hold of mountains adjacent to its deep valley, and it lifted itself into the air. In another dream, I sat next to a woman I loved, and I held her hand as she cried softly, my body shielding her from her coworkers' inquiring glances. I told her everything was all right, that we were safe. She asked if I even knew what I was saying. She told me stories of entering Foundation facilities which have been ravaged by things which now feasted on the carcasses of gods. How whenever she passed over the body of another butchered researcher, whose skin was boiling at room temperature, she told herself she'd seen worse and believed it. They called her task force the sanitation crew behind their backs. They picked up the scraps of what keters left behind. If I had been awake, I would not have known her, but in my dreams I held her close, and I told her that she was fine. She was a researcher, not a soldier, and had never done anything like what she was describing. They were just dreams. She smiled at that. I have a window in my room, she said, and each night I look up at the moon and the stars, and I think about a dream I had. A dream? I asked, since I'd been having nightmares as well. I'm alone and armed in a straight corridor with 13 exits at the end. Through the fractured metal of the ceiling above me, all I can hear is the screaming horror of a titan tearing through stone and ice. I held her softly as she cried a little more, and my hands found their way to her shoulders. I began to calm her, fingers drifting along her back, slipping under her hair, and feeling a scar on the base of her neck. It resembled the needle mark of repeated injections of an amnestic. What's this? I asked aloud. She shuddered. In my dream, she replied with a pause. I took the right exit. I entered a room of glassy brimstone. In the center was a beating heart of blackened ash and soot. The heart spoke to me. I murmured softly. What did it say? It showed me images of a titan of war and death, breaching the surface of the earth and lifting a great and terrible scream into the night sky. My eyes turned towards the moon, and suddenly the sky was filled by avenging warbirds firing missile after missile at its colossal form until it slowly receded into the earth again. How could I reply? My tongue was trapped by the confines of my throat, working desperately to tell her the truth. I have had the same dream, I said. Every night I can hear the Titan's voice as it tears through the ground and is driven back again and again. She was drifting away from me now. Her body was like a specter, escaping my embrace and slowly losing its color. I am glad, she whispered. She was gone. Skylar. Her name was Skylar, and my name is Natalie. Mobile Task Force Upsilon 1 has never existed. They never had a member named Skylar, and Site-17 has never been destroyed. There is nothing in the empty stretch of land a mile from the compound. There are no earthquakes which rock the site twice every month. There is no screaming either. If any of these things were true, I would remember. I would remember. The air grows thick in my room again, and the vents are whirring softly. They fill the room with odorless oblivion and coax me into my bed once again. In my half-buried dreams, I see her standing in the desert, at peace. Emergency activation, mimetic dissemination process. Activation log MDP. Accessing file. Please wait. Do not disconnect monitor. The mimetic dissemination process and you. How to ensure proper subconscious inoculation among your site staff today. Dr. Weathers. The following are the contractual obligations imposed upon the reader. That you will not consciously acknowledge the mimetic agent's presence within this document until they are explicitly referred to. 2. That you will not discuss these agents with any person or entity which has not undergone proper inoculation, i.e. accessing and reading this document. And 3. You will not attribute the anomalous anti-mimetic phenomena revealed by these mimetic agents to any other anti-mimetic entity which may or may not exist. Your site has recently undergone a long period of maintenance, during which time the automated passive amnestization system was implemented site-wide. Congratulations, your site is 100% more secure. But what is this system, and how does it protect your staff? This is the second document in a comprehensive user manual that has been sent to your site and made available only to those with level 4 security clearance. In this guide, we will walk you through one of the most complex and essential aspects of the APIS, the mimetic dissemination process, MDP for short. Section 1. What materials should carry latent mimetic agents? The type of materials which contain mimetic agents vary. No meme is the same after all. Inoculation process Alpha Centaurian has been activated by keyword vary. Stand by for further instructions. In order for the memes to be most effective on the viewer, they ought to be lulled into a state of complacency with unimportant, repetitive, or unhelpful information. This makes media like office memos, instructional videos, and mundane reports ideal for mimetic inoculation. Due to the tedious nature of overviewing content meant for subconscious inoculation, it will generally be analyzed by available D-class. You will probably not be called on to view these materials as site director. Section 2. How are mimetic agents hidden inside content? Excellent question. Inoculation process Alpha Centaurian confirmed 78% complete. Stand by for further instructions. Memes have a humble beginning, born from the silicon mind of an artificially intelligent conscript packed away in your site's server room. The artificially intelligent conscript involved in mimetic production at Site-17 is Galileo.aic, with an output of 5 viable memes a minute. Your local AIC will take an input document and downsize the produced memes to such minuscule dimensions that they can only be perceived subconsciously by the human mind. Once the documents are altered, they can be sent off to staff like any other notice. Section 3. What will the MDP protect my site from? In short, mimetic and anti-mimetic entities which seek to do harm to your staff members. Mimetic entities are commonly contained on site as their effects are demonstrable in test subjects and lend themselves to proper documentation. However, due to the properties of anti-mimetic entities and objects, documentation is usually impossible. Unfortunately, the Foundation lacks a true anti-mimetics division that could theoretically combat these threats. In fact, Site-17 may even harbor these entities or objects without your knowledge. But it's not all bad news. Here's an example of the MDP in action and how it can be very beneficial to your site. Thanks to the general use artificially intelligent conscript indomitable.aic, greetings weathers, this document has been secretly inoculating you. That's right, there are special memes hidden in this text, smaller than the eye can see. Here's a list of anti-mimetic anomalies housed in Site-17, which would have been previously impossible to remember. Object, DRO. A DRO stands for a documentation-resistant object, is an esoteric item classification for complex anti-mimetic anomalies which cannot be stored in standard SCPnet database. DRO 045. Summary of properties. Humanoid, incorporeal entity, wears a standard issue task force uniform, cannot interact with corporeal objects. Natalia, if you can hear me, I'm fine. Just like you said. I just need to hear your voice again. Are you there? Everything's so murky here. How did I end up like this? Can anyone hear me? Object DRO 0355. A mass of unidentified black leathery material occupying the entrance to the Biological Research Division. The eyes of Abaddon see all, and they are not bereft of judgment. He cometh now from fires dark to bring justice from beneath. Remaining in its vicinity for more than 29 minutes results in several orifices manifesting on its surface. The orifices were vocalized to nearby individuals. Details of their comments are unknown. Object DRO 0678. Summary of properties. A cognitohazardous document which becomes anti-mimetic at an unknown point. A single sheet of paper is hardly a document, but yes, I am DRO 0678. I am currently located in containment locker Upsilon 57, restricted to level 4 DRO 0678 clearance. A certain Dr. Schuyler divined that the only way to stop my effect was to hide me from her corporeal peers. Fun fact, did you know that you have level 4 DRO 0678 clearance? There's a key in the safe under your desk as well. I wonder what it opens. Testing on said document has been inconclusive, although it has been confirmed that the test subjects cannot be observed after reading it. Object DRO 0002. Summary of properties. An anti-mimetic phenomena wherein seismic activity of unknown origins will impact Site-17, usually ceasing before the site experiences critical structural damage. Mandate from Indomitable.aic. DRO 0001 does not exist. DRO 0002 is an isolated phenomenon. The event is not observable to individuals within the area impacted by the seismic activity. Well, now that you know what you need to protect your staff from, you can trust Galileo.aic to do the work for you. The memes produced by your AIC are designed to stimulate your staff members into being subconsciously aware of most anti-memetic entities at all times. If a hazardous and invisible entity is making its way down the hall towards one of your staff, they'll fear that something is off and hopefully have the sense to leave as soon as they can. But what about memetic entities? Good question, Director. Since memetic entities don't resist documentation and observation, current efforts by on-site AICs involve mitigating the oftentimes disastrous effects memetic objects can have on victims. Here's a helpful list of common memes your AIC will produce to fight memetic hazards. Designation MCA23. Name Right Senses. Effect. Protects against compulsive effects which induce tendencies towards homicide. Designation MCD86. Name Caffeine Boost. Effect. Protects against memes which siphon energy from their hosts. Designation MCS34. Name Firewall. Effect. Protects against memes which are attracted to information, memories, or emotions possessed by their hosts. Designation MCV52. Name What Alamo. Effect. Discourages the investigation or discovery of the MDP system. Section 4. What do I do if a staff member questions the MDP system? Detailed instructions on how to minimize the damage of an informational breach regarding APIS as a whole is available in the attached documents, The Ethics of APIS and You, for the good of your site. However, if one or more staff members discover the memetic agents within distributed material, despite the implementation of aforementioned MCV52 agent, there are certain options available to you as Site Director. Check out the attached document, Advanced MDP Application and Effective Cover Stories, for some helpful information if you find yourself in this unfortunate situation. See you soon, Overseer. Emergency Activation Corrective Electromagnetic Devices. Accessing file. Please wait. Do not disconnect monitor. Greetings, Site Director Weathers. I am Indomitable.aic, a general-use artificially intelligent conscript used by Foundation Archival Director 05-9. How can I help you today? Access AMEC file name DRO0001. Warning: the file you are attempting to access can only be retrieved by members of the Overwatch Command and/or a unanimous decision by the Ethics Committee Tribunal. Input clearance voucher. A clearance voucher? I will access 05-9's clearance log. Note that if no voucher exists, I will have to deploy MTF Alpha 1, red right hand. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Understood. Give me a moment to access the external RESA network. Oh my, an O5 orientation? That certainly changes things. My apologies, Overseer-to-be. Access file DRO001. Accessing AMEC database. Item number DRO0001. Level 6 Cosmic Top Secret. Containment class Esoteric. Secondary class Ignacy. Disruption class Eki. Risk class Critical. Special containment procedures. The area of land subject to DRO0001's manifestation attempts have been declared AL908, although the anti-memetic properties of AL908 render it essentially self-containing. Personnel stationed at Site-17 ought to be made aware that unauthorized entrance to AL908 will result in the trespasser being terminated upon recovery. Due to the substantial risk discovery of DRO001 poses to Foundation personnel at Site-17, a site-wide system of behavioral control has been implemented to discourage the discovery of DRO-001 or documentation of its anomalous properties. This system, labeled the Automated Passive Amnestization System, APAS, has been summarized in Primary Document 001.dro. What is APAS? During a given exophysical manifestation event, MTF Zeta 5, Lazarus Abominables, will engage with the entity until its eventual return to its subterranean origin point and subsequent demanifestation. If any staff members become aware of this engagement or any structural damage inflicted upon Site-17, the Automated Passive Amnestization System will enter Omega 09 operating procedures. Archived Containment Procedures 0001 DRO Beta. Note the following procedures have been archived and are no longer considered applicable or effective to the referenced anomaly. Asset Profile 0001.dro. Name Dr. Tanya Schuyler. Age 27. Signed Object DRO-0001. Priority Status Extreme. Description: Sole remaining member of MTF Upsilon 1, born from flesh and metal. The remaining team killed in initial exploration of Site-17 during DRO-0001's first documented manifestation. Asset forcibly terminated the event by unknown means and was amnesticized upon recovery. Asset reassigned to Site-17 as junior researcher, Dr. Tanya Schuyler. Non-essential records of MTF Upsilon 1 expunged. Function: Asset 0001 DRO possesses a partial resistance to DRO-001's anti-mimetic properties and has demonstrated the ability to forcibly initiate a demanifestation event. If MTF Zeta 5 is incapable of subduing DRO-001, Asset 0001.DRO's implanted Class R remote repression amnestic will be deactivated. Description: DRO-001 is a large-scale anti-mimetic entity which continually attempts to manifest within baseline reality. Manifestation events thus far have always occurred within a location roughly 1.5 kilometers from Foundation Site-17, denoted AL-908, and result in significant geological disturbance as DRO-001 manifests in an unknown subterranean location and attempts to breach the surface. All attempts have been forcibly aborted by constant aerial bombardment by MTF Zeta 5. DRO-001 has demonstrated anti-mimetic characteristics, which can only be offset by specialized mimetic inoculation, standard for Foundation's internal anti-mimetic entity catalog, AMEC. These anti-mimetic characteristics have included, but are not limited to, the following: rendering any human or humanoid within the vicinity of its manifestation event incapable of perceiving both it and the geological damage sustained by its manifestation, rendering all personnel located at Site-17 incapable of perceiving it or the structural damage inflicted upon Site-17. This excludes both personnel who have undergone specialized inoculation and Asset 0001.dro, rendering any documentation of it or its anomalous effects both anti-mimetic and cognito-hazardous. Bypassing DRO-001's anti-mimetic effects through either nestic use or subconscious inoculation have resulted in the following: condition: viewing documentation of DRO-0001. Result: initiation of a manifestation event. Viewer becomes a DRO-0355 instance. A sentient mass of unidentified black material. Anomaly summarized in the mimetic dissemination process in you. Condition: becoming cognizant of a manifestation event. Result: DRO-001 becomes aware of Site-17, resistance to injury elevated substantially. Condition: viewing DRO-0001. Result: unknown. In addition to its status as a large-scale aggressor, DRO-0001 also possesses esophysical. Esophysical entities are capable of passively exerting an effect on baseline reality and are generally unobservable due to their omnipresence and non-physicality, characteristics which remain poorly understood. A summary of DRO-001's passive effect is included below Addendum 0001.DRO.3. Addendum 0001.DRO.1. Attached correspondence: Initial Manifestation Event. To Senior Researcher Dr. Alan Weathers. From Foundation Administrative and Logistical Director 058. Subject: transfer to Site-17.
Dr. Weathers, it has been determined by the Overseer Council that an informational briefing regarding the circumstances of your transfer would better facilitate your role as Provisional Site Director. Be aware that the following information is confidential, and any unauthorized reproduction of it is an offense punishable by immediate expulsion from the Foundation and application of a Class C amnestic. You are being transferred to Site-17 due to a catastrophic containment failure, which occurred several months ago. The instigating force of this failure was the introduction of a potent anti-memetic entity, which resulted in personnel being unaware of the damage to both Site-17 and the containment chambers within the lower floors of the facility until several keter-class entities breached containment. Due to this, proper lockdown procedures were not executed, and the facility sustained immense structural damage. Personnel sealed several hazardous entities within the lower floors and subsequently evacuated, still not aware of the aforementioned anti-memetic entity. During the initial recovery effort by MTF Upsilon 1, born from flesh and metal, the entity terminated all members of the task force except Asset 001.DRO, who remained partially aware of the entity through the exploration. After retreating from the compound, Asset 0001.DRO engaged with the entity and demonstrated an unknown and potentially anomalous ability, which succeeded in demanifesting DRO-001. Asset 001-DRO was amnesticized upon recovery and has remained on site as Dr. Kanya Schuyler and will be deployed if the entity reappears and threatens your facilities. Measures to ensure the future security of Site-17 are being discussed, and due to the large number of anomalous entities contained on site, it is unlikely operations will cease indefinitely. As Provisional Site Director, you have been tasked with ensuring the facility remains secure until proper measures are enacted. Any further communications and inquiry ought to be directed towards Minerva.aic, my personal, administrative, and logistical AIC. Overwatch wishes you well in your new position.
058, Foundation Administrative and Logistical Director. Addendum 0001, DRO.2. Excerpt: Intro to Esophysics, Intrinsics, and How to Contain Them. Excerpt taken from page 38, detailing the author's initial impressions of the department during her first week of employment. More obvious than Preston's clear infatuation with me was that esophysics was really the study of nothing at all. It was a theory based on foggy historical accounts from cultures without the scientific literacy to understand the Earth's rotation. Unlike the Department of Extratemporal Studies or the Memetics Division, there were only a handful of anomalies officially considered under our jurisdiction. As was put in a department-wide meeting, it was no surprise to me that this meeting was attended by every esophysicist in the Foundation and amounted to only 20 people. I have transferred here because I had been told it was a step upwards in the strict Foundation hierarchy, and my faith in that statement was very quickly waning. I approached the leader of the department, one Dr. Genevieve, and asked how our department managed to stay afloat. Her response eradicated my obvious reservations. I could see her eyes slowly gaze as she took herself back to a time and place I was not privy to. In a bygone land, she said, I once saw a fissure torn through stone and ice, and between the two insurmountable cliffs I sensed a god. I knew that what I bore witness to, cloaked in a shadowy maelstrom of hate unfathomable, was the being which rides behind the heart of man and one day may soon overtake us. She turned to me, her eyes both cruel and understanding. I contain things more powerful than gods, Doctor. We are the first line of defense against the existential threats of time and death. That job is one I will always cherish. Her words always resonated with me, even when I was again reminded of our limited supply of anomalous subjects. I now know why we are here. Because if there were no one willing to contain the threats under our care, we may all be lost. Addendum 001 DRO.3 Emergency Code Phantasma read in effect. DRO 001 Manifestation Event completed. Asset DRO 0001 presumed terminated. Code Phantasma read declared. On January 4th, 2010, a manifestation event was detected by on-site artificially intelligent conscript Galileo.aic. MTF Zeta-5 engaged with Class 8 Vanguard fighter jets and thaumaturgically enhanced Lucian-grade warheads. Engagement was ineffective. Secondary engagement tactic Hammer Down protocol initiated. Secondary engagement ineffective. Asset 0001 DRO Class R's amnestic deactivated. Asset briefed by Site Director Alan Weathers. Asset to deploy to engage entity. Engagement unsuccessful. Fate of asset undetermined, presumed neutralized. 3 hours since the initiation of the event, DRO 001 vocalize. Because the speech was presumably heard by all personnel at Site-17, the automated passive amnestization system entered Omega-9 operating procedures at this time. The vocalization was recorded by on-site monitoring device.
When the earth first felt the dread grip of death, you knew of me. When your species first crawled from the mud and had the right sense to weep, you heard my voice. When a towering monolith was constructed to contain the encroaching army which rides over endless fields of ash and waste, you knew my name. I am Apolloyon. I am a titan of chaos and death. You have attempted to contain me, and you have failed. You have attempted to combat me, and you have failed. You will attempt to destroy me, and you will fail. I am Apolloyon, and I have no equal.
MTF Zeta-5 enacted Dying Breath Protocol as DRO 0001 emerged completely onto the Earth's surface. AL-908 was irradiated in the process, surrounding land scorch. Site-17 experienced critical structural damage and entered appropriate lockdown procedures. DRO 001 was unaffected by MTF Zeta-5's Dying Breath Protocol and began to exit AL-908, demanifesting after leaving the area. 5 DRO-001 Eyes Only. Signature key accepted. Exophysics is the study of beings given great and terrible power over our universe. It is the study of embodiments. But what is embodied by a thing no one can know? a titanic being hidden from the eyes of even the most discerning doctors and researchers. Vocalizations heard by the staff members at Site-17 were not the first time DRO-001 ever spoke. MTF Zeta-5 reported hearing sounds emerging from the pit as they deployed their warheads. A single word coming from the abyss and pointed upwards in screaming rage. DRO-001 does not want to be known. It does not desire to be understood, or to be studied, or to be looked over by Foundation researchers residing safely behind bulletproof glass. It wants to be free. Command, coming in over the drop zone, having trouble seeing the area itself, setting warheads to self-guided. Understood. Report before deployment. External sensors indicate incoming turbulence. Jesus, Command, do you hear that? Negative. It's saying something. It's saying something to me. Elaborate, Valkyria. Turbulence increases dramatically. Zeta-5 Valkyria struggles to regain control of the aircraft. Command, I'm setting external sensors to audio. Understood. External command enabled. Captured audio transcribed.
Foundation, 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 Foundation.
Zeta-5 Valkyria deploys warheads. Feed disabled. DRO-001 is the anomalous, and the anomalous will be contained. Item number SCP-330. Please just take 2. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. Considering recent incidents, SCP-330 is to be kept in secure storage until further notice. Level 2 clearance is required for access to 330 or its contents. All direct experimentation of SCP-330 is to be conducted using Class D personnel with no genetic history of diabetes. No more than 2 samples are to be removed from SCP-330 at any time, except during exposure testing. Description: SCP-330 appears to be a small, round, stainless steel bowl filled with a variable amount of individually wrapped pieces of candy. Taped to the side of the bowl is a handwritten note reading, "Take no more than 2, please." Attempts to remove the note have met with failure, as have attempts to hide or obscure it. Testers have noted finding it impossible to avoid reading the note, and those who approach it from an opposite angle are aware of this request. When a quantity of candy greater than 2 pieces is removed, regardless of the means involved, the offender instantly has both hands severed at the wrists by an unknown method. Tests involving remote manipulation by Class D personnel resulted in the operator's hands being removed, despite no direct contact. Inspection of the incision reveals that the cut is made at a molecular level, leaving no tool marks or identifying factors. It is to be noted that the third piece must be removed within a certain time frame. After 24 hours, the count resets and additional candy can be removed. Discovery 3 days after Halloween of when a police investigation into what was believed to be a case of ritualistic dismemberment was launched. SCP-330 was seized as evidence, but all attending officers were killed after Officer emptied the bowl of its contents. The cause of death was a result of data expunged. Foundation agents under the guise of federal agents removed the object with acceptable casualties. Addendum: due to continuing security issues, SCP-330 will be held in Dr. Kondraki's office when not required for testing. Experiment. Date researcher revoked. Date redacted, 2000 redacted. Subject: D33001, a double amputee equipped with prosthetic forearms and hands, was told to remove 3 pieces of candies from the bowl. Subject complied with no immediate effects. However, within 45 seconds, subject reported a burning itch from both his arm stumps, right arm 2 centimeters below elbow, left arm 1.5 centimeters below elbow, and phantom pains from both of his absent wrists. Subject's distress at this discomfort increased rapidly within 180 seconds of having removed the third candy from the bowl. Subject began forcibly removing both his own prostheses. Upon hurling the prostheses to the ground, subject reported that the discomfort had ceased. Dermatological examination of subject's stumps revealed no unusual irritation or inflammation. Mechanical examination of subject's prosthesis revealed, in addition to physical damage sustained by being hurled up to the ground, the prosthesis had data expunged. Subject was supplied with fresh prostheses identical to the first pair, but reported feeling that it was wrong to put them on. Coercion was applied and subject reluctantly put on left prostheses. Note, subject is right-handed. However, when told to put on the right prostheses, subject began weeping incoherently and flailing his arms until the left prosthesis detached itself. Analysis of video footage revealed that the subject had not properly attached the left prosthesis to his stump. Mechanical examination of left prostheses revealed only physical damage sustained from being thrown across the room. 24 hours later, subject was given fresh prostheses and reported no difficulty in putting them on. Subject not terminated, as D-class amputees who are already used to their prostheses are in short supply. SCP-4175 Friends Made and the Void. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Decommissioned. Access Archive Containment Procedures 4175 Beta. Archive Containment Procedures 4175 Beta. Note: the following procedures have been archived and are no longer considered applicable or effective to the referenced anomaly. Special Containment Procedures. The room affected by SCP-4175 has been removed from the attached building and is currently contained in a large, low-value storage vault at Site-17. A member of MTF Psi-8, the Silencers, identified as Psi-8 Maria Hayes, has been provided Specialized Clearance Level 2 4175 for the purpose of continued experimentation on SCP-4175. Description: SCP-4175 is a Level 1 humanoid apparition which can be viewed in the reflection of a bathroom vanity mirror. SCP-4175 is theorized to be the spectral remains of Alex Conrad, the 13-year-old victim of premeditated homicide committed by his parents on August 30th, 2014. SCP-4175 has demonstrated the ability to interact with various objects within the room and attempts to communicate with any individuals present, including the following: manipulating the curtains of the bathroom shower, activating and extinguishing the mirror's vanity lights, manifesting bloodstains on the floor tile which spell simple words. More direct communication has been achieved by introducing water vapor to the room by way of the shower head and inscribing words on the mirror, at which point SCP-4175 may respond in a similar manner. Addendum 4175.1 Initial Interview of Apparition. Following the acquisition of SCP-4175, MTF Psi-8 was contacted to perform a low-priority intake interview with SCP-4175. Psi-8 Maria Hayes was dispatched by Psi-8 Commander Cedron Cortez to Site-17. Preliminary note: a year prior to the attached intake interview, Psi-8 Maria Hayes requested access to SCP-113 for the purpose of alleviating gender dysphoria. The request was denied due to the cost of transporting the item. Begin log. Psi-8 Hayes places several burning candles on the vanity, extinguishes the vanity lights, and recites a passage from the Rites of Cam, a book of rituals supplied to senior members of MTF Psi-8. Total preparation and execution lasts 10 minutes. After the recitation, an apparition resembling SCP-4175 manifests in the room next to Psi-8 Haze. SCP-4175 is no longer observable in the reflection of the mirror. Hello, are you feeling all right? Jesus, that hurts. What did you do to me? I pulled you out of the mirror for a bit. I need to ask you a few questions, and then I'll be on my way. I figured it'd be easier to have this talk face to face. Questions? Can I ask any? After our interview? Sure. All right, starting off, is your name Alex Conrad? Yeah. What do you last recall of your previous life? SCP-4175 becomes mildly distressed, the pitch of its voice rising. Previous life? I'm dead? Unfortunately, yes you are. It's fine though. For whatever reason, your consciousness decided to stick around in the mirror, so, I mean, when I woke up in the mirror, I thought I might be dead, but if I'm actually gone, does my family know I'm still here? No, we haven't alerted them. Listen, it's going to be fine. We've dealt with spectral phenomena for years. I know a thing or two about death. Alright, okay, just find a way to get me out of there. I can't stay in that mirror much longer. It's awful. Can you describe what it's like? If you need a break, we can resume the interview in a little while. No, please, I'm fine. SCP-4175 is silent for a few seconds. It's dark in there. Tight, too, like you're being crushed on all sides. I'd I'd almost say there's nothing except for me. It feels wrong, like I'm not supposed to be there. Can you see through the mirror on your side? Kind of. I can actually see the mirror, well, it's a mirror. Is there something wrong? It's all wrong. My face has holes in it and it's rotting. SCP-4175 begins to demonstrate signs of acute distress, its voice edging on hysteria. Is that me? Is my real body just decomposing somewhere? Did they ever find my body? Hey, hold on. You're fine. Psi-8 Haze motions towards the floor and both move to sit next to the vanity cabinets. Everything's going to be okay. After they've researched you a little more, they'll probably call me in to exorcise you, or to help you to the afterlife. You're not one of the scientists? No, I travel around the world and talk to ghosts and spirits. Coolest job on the planet. It sounds that way. Are most ghosts like me? How do you mean? Like trapped? Psi-8 Haze audibly sighs. Most of them, yeah, which is why I help get them to the next life when I can. In the field, I get to choose if I want to neutralize them or not, but I don't think I have that power for contained anomalies. That sucks. Yeah, it does. Both are silent for several seconds. I think I'm jealous of you. Me or my job? Both, I guess. You're alive and you have an awesome job helping people. I think the worst part about being stuck in the mirror is that I know everyone outside is living their lives like everything is normal. I want to be like them so much. But you're trapped with yourself, which you hate the sight of? Yeah, actually. Well, I know a few tricks to stave off the existential dread. Want to hear them? Sure, are we being recorded right now? Yeah, is that a problem? No, yeah, it feels a little intrusive. Don't worry, I get it. One set. At this point, Psi-8 Haze disconnects her recording device for the remainder of the interview. End log. Afterward, Psi-8 Haze conversed with SCP-4175 for 48 more minutes before emerging from the containment unit. Given that all questions on the intake interview have been satisfactorily answered, breach of protocol was considered to be of negligible severity. Psi-8 Haze has been reprimanded by Psi-8 Commander Cortez with 2-week suspension for insubordination. Psi-8 Haze has also requested Specialized Clearance Level 2 4175 for continued testing on SCP-4175. The request has been approved by Junior Researcher Natalie Reams. Addendum 4175.2. Access Ethics Committee Communication. Graham, it has come to our attention that an anomalous entity has been contained at Site-17 and designated SCP-4175. As you are aware, this item is a sapient humanoid apparition. Standard ethical treatment of humanoid anomalies therefore apply. SCP-4175 has offered little of value to the Department of Spectral Phenomena in terms of research and has expressed discontent with its condition as an apparition. Because Site-17 possesses the means to decommission SCP-4175 via the spectral dispersal rituals available to MTF Psi-8, allowing SCP-4175 to remain in containment has been deemed unethical by the Ethics Committee for Humanoid Entities. Taking into account past malfeasance relating to humanoid anomalies, failure to decommission SCP-4175 will be seen as symptomatic of a misunderstanding of basic ethical practices persistent in Site-17 personnel, yourself included. Ethics Committee Liaison Jeremiah Sumerian. As of September 8, 2015, SCP-4175 has been declared decommissioned. The anomaly was personally dispersed by Psi-8 Hayes, who has neglected to archive the audio log of the procedure. The recovery of this audio log is considered non-essential. The video log of the procedure was retrieved, however. Video log. Begin log. Psi-8 Hayes enters the containment chamber, carrying several occult items appropriate for the dispersion rituals detailed in the Rites of Cam. She greets SCP-4175, setting down the items on the counter in front of it. SCP-4175 and Psi-8 Hayes converse for several minutes as the ritual is prepared. The contents of this discussion are as of yet unknown, but neither appear distressed. Psi-8 Hayes begins with the dispersion ritual while maintaining conversation with SCP-4175, who is seen to gradually fade from the mirror over the course of 15 minutes. SCP-4175 and Psi-8 Hayes cease their conversation as SCP-4175 becomes barely visible. SCP-4175 speaks a final time, to which Psi-8 Hayes replies, and SCP-4175 completely demanifests. Psi-8 Hayes removes the item used in the dispersion ritual and visibly smiles before leaving the containment chamber. End log. SCP-6750. All-o-ween about Halloween, presented by Sam Hain. Level 2, Restricted. Containment Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Joint containment between Area 179 and Site-43 has been established for the purpose of direct containment of SCP-6750 and locating SCP-6750-1. Recorded copies of all SCP-6750 instances are kept inside Site-43's secure media archive. Foundation.aic Watershed continues to monitor all television networks in the United States for SCP-6750 broadcast. In the event of an SCP-6750 airing, mass memetic agents may be administered via television with the intention of directing focus away from the broadcast contents. Description: SCP-6750 designates 6 advertisements and public service announcements that aired between 1989 and 1991 throughout the United States, specifically targeted at suburban and rural communities. These broadcasts were produced by Vikander Need Technical Media and interrupted ordinary programming when they aired. The main subject matter of all SCP-6750 instances was the holiday of Halloween and the potential dangers facing children thereon, as well as general information regarding the holiday. While a common theme within SCP-6750 is Halloween, the majority of broadcasts are nonsensical in messaging and overall tone. Instances averaged around 1 minute in length. Details regarding SCP-6750's exact production and origin remain unknown. Viewing of SCP-6750 instances causes a feeling of intense fear in viewers. SCP-6750 broadcasts are presented by SCP-6750-1, a humanoid entity wearing clothing resembling contemporary depictions of scarecrows, including a sackcloth cloak, gloves, and a shirt adorned with a human ribcage. SCP-6750-1's head is a large pumpkin, carved to resemble a grinning jack-o'-lantern. SCP-6750-1 identifies itself as Sam Hain within its advertisements. Addendum 6750.1 Broadcast Transcripts. Segment Subject Introduction. Ominous music is heard. The picture fades into a featureless room, save for a pedestal that displays a pumpkin carved in the style of a traditional jack-o'-lantern. The camera slowly zooms towards it. The shot holds. The pumpkin's features suddenly glow yellow, and a scream is heard in the background. A title screen is overlaid, reading All-o-ween About Halloween by Sam Hain. The text is stylized to reveal as if it is dripping blood. The pumpkin moves upward and is revealed to be the head of SCP-6750-1. It looks towards the camera and points at the pedestal. Ah, shit, it's on? Okay. An indiscernible voice is heard from behind. The entity nods and quickly ducks behind the pedestal. It then leaps up from behind the pedestal, screaming with its arms outstretched. Rawr! Good evening, ghouls and ghosts. I am your horrible host and certified boogeyman, Sam Hain. And tonight, we're talking about Halloween, everyone. There's a lot of information going around about the season these days. Stories of electric razors and candy apples, men with hooked car doors for hands, and even reports of devil-worshipping cultists on the prowl to eat your pets. Well, it's all true. Halloween's a dangerous holiday, and if you don't buy my tape, you'll die and go to hell. Sounds of moaning and protracted oohs are heard. Entities resembling traditional ghosts fly across the screen. Ooh, isn't that scary? It's a scary time of the year. If you aren't careful, there just might be one more ghost floating around this season. Sounds of thunder. Look, there's Grandpa! The walls of the room fall, revealing a large cemetery at night. Dozens of ghost entities are floating around the area, flying through the sky and waving their arms. SCP-6750-1 brandishes a match and lights itself on fire. I know you're curious, and this season, for only 3 witching hour sacrifices of any animal, human, or vegetable in the name of Sam Hain, you can receive a VHS copy of All-o-ween About Halloween, complete with glow-in-the-dark slipcase and a commemorative plate of my face. Remember, I know where you live. Don't make it where you die. Buy one today. The tape holds on a still frame of SCP-6751-1, laughing. SCP-6750-1, frantic. Allow 8 to 12 full moons for shipping and handling. All sacrifices must be composed of one of the each previously mentioned category. Children with the name Chet and Banana Peppers are ineligible offers. Mr. Hain is a registered boogeyman in 4 states and is working on the others. Please be patient with him. Please contact Mr. Hain with offers relating to soul contracts, business partnerships, or indecent acts. He needs the money. Segment Subject: Lecturing on the History of Halloween. The howling of a wolf is heard. A still frame of a jack-o'-lantern is seen, overlaid with text reading Scary History of Halloween. SCP-6750-1 stands in front of numerous makeshift cardboard representations of 18th century town houses, arranged like a replica of a village. The houses are poorly constructed and visibly held together by duct tape, with details drawn on their surfaces using markers and crayons. All-o-ween was invented by Scottish cobbler Eugene H. Oween in 1862 when he realized he could cheat on his wife more efficiently if he had an excuse to leave the house in a disguise. Oween's initial concept for the holiday had it occurring at the end of every week. Now that's what I call scary, folks. Look, there's Eugene now. A man wearing a prop beard and burlap sack walks into frame. He is visibly distressed. Hi there, Eugene. It's late at night and also Halloween, so that must mean you're visiting your mistress. Did you know there are lots of spookies lurking about tonight? Please, I'm begging you. I have a family. My name is Tape Cuts. A graphic of a smiling pumpkin is displayed. SCP-6750-1 stands in front of a crowd of pumpkin-headed villager entities who surround a wooden stake. The man portraying Eugene is now tied to the object. He screams as a villager brandishing a lit torch sets fire to the stake. The man burns. Human sacrifice was a big part of Halloween in the 1800s. Look, a public burning. How scary. This is what we call in the booziness call a skeleton summoning ritual. And they're still incredibly popular to this day. But if the thought of burying your bones in front of everyone seems a little too scary, you have nothing to worry about. Nowadays, this sort of thing happens behind closed doors, usually in the comfort of friends and family. You know what they say, if you can't show your skelly to your sister, you shouldn't show it at all. The fire extinguishes, the villagers swarm the stake and remove the man's charred corpse. The crowd picks and tears at the cadaver. They hand the pieces to children who consuming the flesh in a frenzied manner. Look, they invented trick-or-treating. Hey, did you know what monster is the best dancer? A boogeyman! Tape cuts to SCP-6750-1, sitting on the floor of a black room, whose walls are decorated with numerous pictures of Jason Greaves, a missing United States citizen who disappeared in a national park in 1972. His resemblance to the man seen in the previous scene is noted. SCP-6750-1 appears to be conversing on the telephone. Yes, Mrs. Greaves. I have no clue where he is. I know, it's such a tragedy. SCP-6750-1 hangs up on the phone and laughs for an extended period of time. Wow! Who knew Halloween had such a rich history behind it? I hope you leave with your mind and your treat bag feeling a teensy bit heavier. I know my pumpkin's just sopping wet and overfilling with interesting factoids about the greatest holiday there is. I'm dying to share them with everyone I know, regardless of whether or not they want to hear it. Don't let the witch get you on the way out. The sandwich, that is. The entity brandishes a sandwich from its shirt and throws it at the camera. Happy Halloween, everyone! Buy my tape. SCP-6750-1's head suddenly combusts, revealing a mass of insects. They quickly swarm and cover the camera. Segment subject: decorating a house for Halloween festivities. The sound of a door creaking followed by maniacal laughter is heard. A still frame of a jack-o'-lantern is seen overlaid with text reading, "Scary Decorating." It cuts to SCP-6750-1 sitting in the living room of an ordinary suburban household. Would you know it's Halloween just by looking at this house? Of course you wouldn't. That's why decorating is one of the most important things to do. From October 1st to October 365th, your house should be an unending tribute to all things macabre and unnerving. And parents, I'm not talking about your kid's report card. Silence. Let's head up Spooky's Emporium to buy some Halloween decorations. Tape cuts to SCP-6750-1 standing outside of the New York Stock Exchange. The streets are noticeably empty. A massive cloth sign depicting a stylized skeleton beckoning the viewer closer, with text reading Spooky's Emporium, open now, is unfurled over the top large American flag that typically flies outside of the building. Seems like there's more and more of these things popping up every year. A cut brings SCP-6750-1 inside the stock exchange, which has been converted into a retail outlet specializing in Halloween decorations. Pumpkin-headed entities run across the floor, shouting and waving, all attempting to grab various decorations off the shelves. It's a madhouse here, and not the fun kind. Look at this garbage. Blow-up lawn ornaments, motorized zombies, fake tombstones. No one wants these. They're cheap for a reason, and folks, you might not believe it, but your neighbors can see right through them. They're clearly decorations, and where's the fun in that? If you really want to get into the spirit, ask the clerk if you can see the back room. They'll know what you mean. SCP-6750-1 whispers in the ear of a pumpkin entity. It nods and the floor beneath gives away, revealing a gaping black and orange spiral pattern beneath. SCP-6750-1 falls into the pattern, and the setting suddenly changes to that of a darkened warehouse, filled with boxes. Some rattle and move on their own. Others are padlocked or composed of the type of metal material. Here's a Sammy secret. Halloween decorations are alive and always have been. The only difference between the plastic spider and a real one is how refined the decoration is during the production stage. You don't want to buy that cheap, boring stuff out front. Opt for the untamed product, the secret supply. Money's no object, folks. If you make it back here, your fancy little fiat currencies are worth as much as a Tootsie Roll on Halloween night. There are other ways to pay. Sounds of thunder. SCP-6750-1 turns and faces a pumpkin clerk. I'll take everything you have. SCP-6750-1 breaks open the ribcage on its shirt, causing a viscous, plumped gray mass to seep from its torso area and pile onto the floor. Small eyes, hands, and feet are seen inside the substance, writhing. 1 year's worth, saved up just for you. The clerk places its finger inside the mass, removes a chunk, and sticks it inside its head. It nods and gives a thumbs-up gesture. Another cut brings SCP-6750-1 back to the suburban house, which is now decorated with an excess of Halloween decorations. Green and purple strobe lights flash, thick fog fills the room, and skeletons dangle from the fireplace. A Frankenstein monster entity walks in front of the camera, groaning with its arms outstretched. See how much better this is? A massive swarm of various insects crawl across the floor, some scatter and climb into SCP-6750's clothing. The entity is unfazed. Make room, fiends! There's a lot left after what I just got rid of. Tape cuts to the front yard where SCP-6750-1 throws a human corpse on top of a pile of human corpses, which appears to be composed of the members of several ordinary suburban families. The rest of the house's exterior is not decorated. Phew! You might be thinking, Sam, is this really necessary? To which I'll answer, yes! It is absolutely imperative that your house is the most frighteningly festive on the block. It's a contest, and you should never let anyone tell you otherwise. Dump everything you know into getting the best possible Halloween decorations. Quantity is quality. Don't believe me? SCP-6750 is now standing further away from the house. It overlooks the street with a row of ordinary undecorated homes in front of him. Everyone knows the most important reason you decorate your house for Halloween is so that when the bureaucrat shows up to judge your neighborhood, they have no choice but to spare your family. The sky above immediately darkens, and a large white square opens up in the center. A resounding high note, as if sung by a choir, is heard, resonating and repeating. The camera shakes. There they are, the bureaucrats shifting into town. A white flash covers the screen. The tape is completely black for 7 minutes. When the picture returns, the homes on the street are revealed to be completely destroyed. The only standing house is the one it had decorated earlier. SCP-6750-1 jumps and claps. Wowee, look at that! Another season 1 by Sam Hain. Who would have thought? It's almost like this guy knows what he's talking about, and you should buy his tape so he can finally get recognized by all the other boogeymen for all his hard work and won't have to live in your walls for another decade. Gestures to the houses. As for the rest of these chumps, I'd say, better luck next time, but they're dead. Segment subject: obtaining and carving a pumpkin. A synth-heavy musical jingle is heard. A still frame of an ordinary pumpkin patch is seen with overlaid text reading "Scary Pumpkin Carving." SCP-6750 stands in front of a cornfield at night. Its speech is significantly quieter and more frantic in this segment than previous broadcasts. Greetings, freakish folks. Sam Hain is here at, Sam Hain's Pumpkin Patch. That's right, I'm at the family farm that we own. No need for written permission to film at all, because it's our farm and we own it, so don't ask. Just a reminder, production costs are expensive these days, especially after those last 3 broadcasts, so buy my tape, or else I'll buy it for you. Let's go carve pumpkins. A cut places SCP-6750-1 in front of a pumpkin patch. In place of pumpkins, there are human heads of varying size, coloration, and shape, each segmented at the upper neck and completely devoid of facial features or hair. SCP-6750-1 looks at the area before speaking. Whispering while picking out your pumpkin is important. You wouldn't want to wake up the whole patch, would you? SCP-6750-1 slowly bends over, grips the vine connected to a pale, slightly larger head. The head thrashes and rolls. Shh! Stop it! Shut up! Stop moving! Stop! Visible light is seen in the background. A large male voice shouts from across the field. Who the fuck's out there, huh? I said you can't film here for free. I swear to Jack the Smith, if that's Sam Hain, I'm going to dismember you. SCP-6750-1 and jumps and quickly detaches the head from the vine. It begins seizing and vibrating even more as a result. Several other heads slowly roll in a similar fashion in the seconds that follow. SCP-6750-1 gestures and runs away from the field, carrying the head. Go! Go! I can't die tonight! A gunshot is heard in the distance as SCP-6750-1 and the camera move away from the field. The tape cuts for 2 minutes. SCP-6750-1 is now standing inside an ordinary house, specifically its kitchen. It places the head on a counter. Carving time! First off, some safety tips. Gloves are important so you don't get pumpkin residue on your hands. It eats away the flesh. Next, make sure your knife is sharp enough to actually cut the pumpkin. You want it to feel as much pain as possible without killing it. Your pumpkin should feel like an absolute dirt bag. The kind that hears someone's joke and repeats it louder. The kind that notices the bins are full but doesn't take them out. The kind who pissed himself in ghoul school. The kind who failed out of boo casting and can't budget himself properly because he's a fucking idiot. Pause. SCP-6750-1 brandishes a large knife and begins carving a typical jack-o'-lantern face onto the head, starting with the eyes. The exposed interior of the head beneath the flesh reveals tissue, muscle, and 2 ocular orbits. The eyes dart frantically and the head bleeds with every laceration. Spent everything I had on a fucking living Frankenstein. Idiot! Idiot! SCP-6750-1 moves onto the lower area of the head, carving a mouth. Upon the first laceration in this area, the head laughs. This laughter increases in volume and intensity as SCP-6750-1 carves a smiling expression across the mouth. SCP-6750-1 eventually throws the knife across the room in anger. What's so funny? You're supposed to scream! Scream in terror! It's just, you're so boring, Sam. You're nothing. I mean, this whole segment, it's predictable. Exactly what you'd expect. You're a pumpkin that carves humans. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Scariest thing about you is how fucked you're going to be when your tape flops and they take away your boogeyman license. Oh, I'm predictable, am I? Yeah. Millions in debt and counting. SCP-6750-1 grabs the head and throws it to the ground, smashing it upon impact. Parts of the head scream. SCP-6750-1 stamps the pieces underneath its boot. I'm not scary. I'm not scary. I'll show you scary. You'll all see scary. SCP-6750-1 faces the camera. When you purchase Sam Hain's All-o-ween About Halloween VHS tape, segments such as this and more, see them all and feel your skin crawl. A new low price of 1 witching hour sacrifice in his name. Buy. Now. Segment subject: ensuring children's safety when trick-or-treating and consuming candy. Vox Toccata and Fugue in D minor is heard. A still frame of a jack-o'-lantern is seen overlaid with text reading, "Scary trick-or-treating tips." A scream is heard and the frame cuts to an empty suburban street. SCP-6750-1 is seen in the distance exiting a house. It holds a purple pumpkin-shaped candy pail. Another cut, SCP-6750-1 is standing near the side of the house, riffling through its pail. How's it hanging, ghoulies? Sam Hain here. Lots of houses in this neighborhood, lots of candy to take during trick-or-treating. That's what I just got back from, myself. What a tradition, trick-or-treating. Of course, there's things everyone knows about keeping safe while trick-or-treating, like only visit houses that stare at you, or don't talk to the woman in sidewalk cracks. But have you ever heard about the dangers of eating unwrapped candy? SCP-6750-1 retrieves a piece of candy from its pail. It pushes it through its mouth cavity and proceeds to chew the chocolate. The wrapper was not removed. I sure do love me some candy. Who doesn't? But we have to remember, there are a lot of bad, evil people out here who want to kill you. And I don't just mean me. Parents, your precious babies are at risk here. We don't want anything bad to happen to them. That would be catastrophic. A scream is heard. Let's take a look at what I got in this lovely town. SCP-6750-1 removes a wrapped candy bar from the pail. This is an ordinary candy bar, at least at first glance. It opens the wrapper. A large antenna extends from the top of the candy. Just as I suspected. A communication device with some weirdo on the other end who'd like nothing more than to hear the sweet, sweet sounds of your child's digestive system. Sickening, isn't it? SCP-6750-1 reaches into its pail again, retrieving an AR-15 assault rifle with a single blue M&M taped to it. It is unknown how the item was placed into and pulled from the pail. Now would you look at this? Someone hid a firearm in my M&Ms. SCP-6750-1 examines the gun. Gosh, it's loaded too. Could you imagine the torment someone could inflict with this? No one would ever even see it coming, especially on Halloween. It looks like a prop. I don't even want to imagine it. SCP-6750-1 removes a piece of licorice from the pail. It sticks it inside its head, making mock chewing noises. Finally, something good. There's no way someone can hide something in. Oh, it's SCP-6750-1 removes a VHS tape from its mouth area. The tape features a depiction of itself on its cover. Would you look at that? It's All-o-ween About Halloween by Sam Hain. I have a feeling lots of people will be putting these in their candy this year. Most people seem to think this sort of thing is a myth, so getting away with poisoning a few kids or hiding razor blades in candy apples is super easy. Cops can't trace candy. I mean, don't try it. It's bad and wrong. But you could definitely get away with it if you wanted. Segment subject, indiscernible. The sound of rattling followed by a deep groaning is heard. A still frame of Area 179 researcher Eric Trenton's home is displayed. Dr. Trenton had been transcribing the tape. Testing with other viewers has revealed that their primary residence will appear in place of Trenton's. This is applicable to other anomalous phenomena described in this log, where the content of the tape will be adjusted to the viewer. How SCP-6750 obtains intimate information regarding its viewers is unknown. With overlaid text reading Scary Survival Tips, SCP-6750-1 is laying in the bushes outside Dr. Trenton's house. We had an especially big segment planned out for this broadcast, but I've unfortunately ran into some monetary issues. Instead, I'm going to show you all how we boogeymen collect one of our many forms of currency, fear. In the spirit of education, I'm going to let you know exactly what you can do if a scary Halloween monster is targeting you or your family. Unfortunately, there isn't much. SCP-6750-1 steps from outside the bushes. It traverses the lawn in only 3 steps due to the length of its legs. It presses itself against the side of the house, next to a window. Boogeymen are less likely to enter through the first-story window. Why? Because that's what you'd expect. SCP-6750-1's legs stretch, gaining height until its torso is level with the house's second-story window. A similar event occurs to SCP-6750-1's fingers, which contort, thin, and extend outwards. They maneuver themselves into the crevices of the window screen, removing it. SCP-6750-1 pushes up the glass window and enters. The camera cuts to an overhead view of Dr. Trenton's wife, Alicia, sleeping in her bed. Her husband is absent. SCP-6750-1 leans into the frame. It crouches due to the length of its legs, yet still reaches the ceiling. What differentiates boogeymen from ordinary monsters is atmosphere. An ordinary creature will kill in a way quickest and most advantageous for it. That's boring, and no one wants that. They tend to appreciate the scare, the adrenaline, the fear. It just tastes better. SCP-6750-1's arm stretches outward and extends over and around Alicia. It taps her on the forehead. She jumps awake, batting the arm out of the way as she slowly regains consciousness. If you aren't scared, then the monster can't do anything. Alicia turns around and notices SCP-6750-1. She becomes frantic and leaps from the bed, screaming. Someone wasn't paying attention in class today. Alicia runs out of the room. SCP-6750-1 gives chase. It contorts its body using the walls to brace its lengthy limbs as it maneuvers its newly extended body. Trenton's child Elise emerges from her room and immediately runs back in, slamming the door shut. SCP-6750-1 takes notice of this and moves towards the door. If you have children, use them as a diversion. 9 boogeymen out of 10 will go for a child over a plain Jane adult. After all, kids are a lot easier to traumatize. The tape cuts to Elise's room. The girl is hiding underneath the covers of her bed. A still shot of the door is held for several seconds. SCP-6750-1 is heard laughing, but the sound slowly trails out. Voiceover. There's one thing you have to consider when dealing with boogeymen. For them, the impossible can become possible, so long as it's frightening. I never wanted to resort to this. SCP-6750-1's hand is seen extending underneath the door. It trails up to the doorknob and turns it. The door slowly opens. Elise looks out, watching from underneath the blanket. The door fully opens, revealing an empty hallway. SCP-6750-1's laughter is heard from underneath Elise's bed. The entity slowly rises from below until its face is level with the girl's. Flies, grubs, and worms are seen crawling out of the entity's head. Elise stares at the creature, breathing heavily as tears well in her eyes. By my hate. Elise jumps and runs out of the bedroom. SCP-6750-1 laughs and turns its face to the camera. Looks like no one wants to throw old Sammy a bone here. Well, I've tried everything. Clearly, these folks don't want to buy my tape, but I might be able to think of someone who does. SCP-6750-1 removes the pumpkin from its shoulders, revealing the head of Dr. Eric Trenton underneath. The underlying visage changes to match that of the viewer, much like the effect relating to the context of the scene. Playback with multiple viewers has revealed multiple heads stacked on top of one another. You! Boo! SCP-67-1's head explodes, smearing the camera and surrounding area with blood and viscera. Further investigation into SCP-6750 has yielded inconclusive results. SCP-4415 Humanoid Containment Chamber Lambda-045 Level 2 4415 Classified Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures SCP-4415 is self-contained within Site-17's Humanoid Containment Wing. To mitigate the potential loss of an anomalous humanoid during testing, SCP-4051 should be administered a Class S slow burn amnestic prior to each exploration of SCP-4415. The amnestic should be activated after each mission. Description: SCP-4415 is a set of extra-dimensional locations accessible through the door of the former Humanoid Containment Unit Lambda-045. SCP-4415's interior serves as a waypoint for multiple extra-spatial and extra-temporal locations, which present themselves semi-randomly. A slight but remarkable bias against presentation of 1B744150005 has been noted, once the unit's door has been fully shut and reopened. Additionally, SCP-4415 is only accessible to anomalous humanoids. Attempts to enter SCP-4415 by non-anomalous persons have been universally unsuccessful. Reality within Unit Lambda-045 often fluctuates and does not entirely comport to baseline, but is capable of sustaining human life indefinitely. Several entities, most anomalous in their own right, have resided within for a considerable length of time due to readily accessible food sources and shelter. The primary source of water within each location is a large river, with exception of 1B744150004, ostensibly similar throughout locations, suggesting SCP-4415 may be a vast singular geological structure. Testing of long-term exploration pending. The purpose of exploratory missions within SCP-4415 has primarily been to discover the nature, origin, and intent of its hypothetical creator. SCP-4051 has been selected to achieve this end due to its proximity to SCP-4415 and past exploratory experience. Extra-dimensional spaces encountered by SCP-4051 include 1B7-4415-001. Description: a dense forest of deciduous megaflora. An offshoot of the central river forms a small pond approximately 100 meters from Unit Lambda 45's door. Inhabitant: a female humanoid with notable scarring to the hands, torso, and scalp. Subject demonstrated an extreme aversion to human contact. 1B7-4415-002. Description: a flat geometric plane surrounded by free-floating digital polygons. A flow of polygons is visible some distance from Unit Lambda 45's door. Inhabitants: a younger male humanoid with ontokinetic capabilities. Subject seemed to have inconsistent physical form and half its face demanifested during attempted questioning. 1B7-4415-003. Description: a modest domicile overlooking an ocean cliff. Inhabitant: an elderly male humanoid with thaumaturgic and occult symbols inscribed onto its body. Subject possessed significant physical trauma from an unknown source. 1B7-4415-004. Description: location exists in a state of spatial flux, but generally possessed a purple hue. Inhabitant: an amorphous entity with metamorphic capabilities, often presenting as two female humanoid. Subjects possessed mild clairvoyance but could rarely communicate intelligibly. 1B7-4415-005. Description: a stone spire inside of which is an unoccupied and unremarkable library. A steady flow of water from beneath the spire generates the central river. Inhabitant: non-applicable. Document 4415.1. Exploration of 1B7-4415-005. Site Director's eyes only. Access denied. Document 4415.2. SCP-4415 inhabitants. Site Director's eyes only. Access denied. Document 4415.3. Raise a petition regarding SCP-4415. Site Director eyes only. Access denied. Access SkipNet email. One new message. RE concerns. To Site-17 Director Thomas Graham. From Junior Researcher Natalie Reams. Subject: concerns. Hey Graham, just got done reading the SCP-4415 documentation. Can't believe it's only been a month since that project concluded. All the excitement of working on a bona fide cross-test makes it feel like it was just yesterday, and many of the details are still fresh in my mind. That said, I had some questions about the items you restricted to Level 4 4415 clearance, given their pertinence to the SCP-4415 project as a whole. As we discovered together, the library within 1B7-4415-005 was seemingly penned by SCP-4415's creator. However, this detail was omitted from the official documentations for reasons I find suspect. Fortunately for us both, I saved a copy of the text that SCP-4051 retrieved from the central bookshelf. I've attached it below. The old man stopped coming to see me after a while. I think he was promoted to the council, which seems right. Hope he's doing well now. After he left, Graham started running the show. Mean motherfucker. He's lucky I was keeping myself in the cell so I didn't erase his power-tripping ass with the full weight of time and space. Sorry, shouldn't talk like that. The old man wouldn't like it. Solitary confinement's getting to me, I think. Honestly, if it weren't for my neighbors in the other units, I don't think I'd have lasted this long. The first one was a teenager, The grunts outside their door kept talking about plants, so I take it they could control them or some such. We talked through the walls sometimes about who they were and what they wanted, and I'd bend reality so the grunts couldn't hear us. They were a good kid. They were gone inside a month, though. Next was a boy and a computer. Couldn't talk to him as easy, 'cause all of the ones and zeros, but I got the gist. He was a lot like me, except way smarter. He lived in a little virtual world and knew all the ins and outs of his machine. Graham wanted him to help run this system they have set up here. I think they call it APAS, where they flood the site with medic agents and put amnestics in the ventilation to keep their personnel in line. Kind of fucked, but stones from glass houses, I guess. Thing is, it kept getting harder to interface with the kid. I tried to talk at nights, and it'd be like certain parts of him just couldn't answer. It got to the point he'd just throw up an error message. Hardware inoperable, I think, and I couldn't get through to him. Third was an old man with a ton of tattoos. When you saw him, you got the sense that he'd been around the world and seen a lot. Graham must have wanted what was in his head, too, because he'd been escorted out of his cell every morning and returned in the evening with a few new injuries. Didn't get many chances to talk, even if he wanted to. He didn't come back one night. I'm pretty sure my last neighbor was actually two people. Not sure what their deal was, but the researchers tested a lot of psychic anomalies on them. Think one of the experiments messed their heads up a lot, and they were never the same after that. But before the accident, I could hear 'em comfort one another every night. I could tell they really loved each other. I have a confession to make, though. Broke my promise to the old man. I left my cell last night. I walked the halls of Site-17 and made all the grunts forget they saw me. I had a general idea of where I was going, slipping through walls and cement barriers as I traveled down into the facility's depths. There was this awful stench, and it grew as I descended. Floor 6 is where I found the source. Almost cried. Two corpses, one young, one old, a computer terminal disassembled on the ground with a nasty crack through its screen, and it was a thing that used to be two people, and those were just the ones on top. And then site director Thomas fucking Graham shanked me in the goddamn ribs. Never even saw it coming, just felt the incision in my side as I fell face first into my neighbors. I turned and saw some faceless grunt motherfucker, and his hands raised over me for the killing blow, holding a dagger with a glowing purple blade. It didn't look like Scranton Tech. It looked like my neighbors. I made everything stop. I made everything go away. I made everything. I'm going to make everything better. That knife hurt me bad. I can't tell how much reality I can bend at this point, but it's not much. I can't believe how fucking stupid I was last night, walking into a grave. Of course Graham knew I was here. He's been tearing anomalies apart ever since he got here in the hopes he can build something better. He made a knife that leaches omnipotence, and he gave it to one of his lackeys to finish me. But I'm not finished. I can still raise the dead, and I can keep them safe. It'd kill me, but I can do it. Weathers, if you're reading this somehow, just know I ended up as a good guy. I'm gonna bring these people back as best as I can and give them a place to stay. Maybe you'll come back here someday and you can help us. You can give these people a life that was better than the one they lost. Please, somebody help us. Now then, let's drop the pretenses of joviality. Contents of this transcript are damning. I've done more digging on my own after working with 4051 and it seems like every document involving you is contaminated by redactions and memetic kill agents. Judging by Dr. Sumerian's note in SCP-4175's documentation, the Ethics Committee has begun to notice your methods, and they aren't pleased. If someone were to forward the attached transcript to them, it would most likely set off an extensive investigation into your activities as site director. Naturally, I wouldn't do something like that to you without hearing from you first. What I need to know is that there's a rational, ethical explanation for what you've been doing. You can give that explanation to me, and I find it convincing. I'll hold off on drafting the petition to the committee. Best wishes, Dr. Natalie Reams. New message to Junior Researcher Natalie Reams. From Site-17 Director Thomas Graham. Subject RE Concerns. Reams. I really did think better of you. When I arrived at the site, Lambda 45 contained an undocumented Class 5 reality bender who had struck a personal bond with my predecessor. By its own admittance, it was contained by its goodwill alone, a nuclear warhead in control of its own detonation, and now it's a dead thing in another world. And all it took was some occult knowledge from a person of interest and the psychic abilities of 2 clairvoyants. How on earth could this be considered an ethical violation? I saved this facility. Reams, every day I save it in 100 ways that you would never understand, and you never will. You've told me that you need an explanation for my actions. I do not care all that much about convincing you. As with the Foundation and its enemy, the victor is the party with the bigger stick. My stick in this case is the latent memetic agents scattered through this email and the Class A amnestics currently flooding your office space. Just let the induced paralysis run its course as the drugs take your memories away. This is hardly your first time. I really did enjoy working with you on the SCP-4415 project, Natalie. I could see why Tanya fancied you so. Best wishes, Dr. Thomas Graham, Director of Site-17. SCP-4755. When we are omnipotent. Following anomaly is Level 6, 4755 classified. By accessing the remainder of this document, you understand that you will be exposed to an incapacitating cognitohazard until your identity is confirmed. If you are not a registered member of the Overseer Council, attempting to access SCP-4755 constitutes a Class 5 infraction unless otherwise permitted. Current access, Level 6, General. Accept conditions. Welcome, 059. Item number 4755. Level 6, Cosmic Top Secret. Containment Class, Esoteric. Secondary Class, Enochian. Disruption Class, Amida. Risk Class, Notice. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation influenced contacts within spheres of education, literature, and philosophy or to monitor general public awareness of SCP-4755 as a phenomenon. Additionally, obfuscation and/or interruption of study into SCP-4755 within these fields is not to occur. These 2 requirements do not constitute true containment procedures and are considered self-perpetuating. Containment of SCP-4755 itself is impossible to achieve and has likely already occurred. However, containment of MTF Tau 5, Samsara's Team Leader T-E5 Arantu Mark 72 has been raised to an Alpha level priority. The extant T5 Arantu is not considered a threat at this time. Description: SCP-4755 designates the ultimate purpose of conceptualization, which is containment. All human-derived concepts, including but not limited to literary constructs, philosophy, and emotions, aim to establish control over a threat, a disadvantageous narrative, or an opposing philosophy in an analogous manner to the Foundation's containment of anomalous phenomena. Individuals participating in conceptualization are usually unaware of their ulterior containment motive, believed to result from SCP-4755's self-containing properties. These conceptual effects are assumed to be retroactive in nature, suggesting large-scale alterations made to the local timeline and adjacent universes. It is currently hypothesized that SCP-4755 will be properly manufactured at some point in the future, but its effects have, practically, always existed. Although the Foundation has been aware of SCP-4755 since 1987, its origin is as of yet unknown. Discovery of the method by which it will be created has likewise been obstructed. Conducted studies and investigations have predominantly focused on its properties, which, while expansive, are believed to affect conceptualization in a tiered system. This has been illustrated below. Designation: Tier Null. Physical. Description: Observable reality composed of matter and energy. Example: Non-applicable. Physical objects have not been affected by SCP-4755. Designation: Tier 1. The Abstract. Description: All thought constructs pertaining to literature, philosophy, emotion, etc. Example: The Hero's Journey, a cyclical literary trope wherein the hero begins as normative within a community, experiences augmentation of character or body without the community, and is unable to reintegrate. The community has effectively contained the anomalous individual by rendering its coexistence with the community impossible. Designation: Tier 2. The Divine. Description: All conceptualization of deities or deific entities. Examples: Yahweh, the arrival of Lucifer, also known as the Morning Star or the Bringer of Light. The references to motif of light which characterizes the veil are evidence. In the Garden of Eden is believed to be a biblical allegory for a containment breach, and the doctrine of original sin as the first redefinition of normalcy by an overseeing entity. Designation: Tier 3. The Esophysical. Description: All conceptualizations of concepts in the abstract. Example: SCP-4260. Death Incarnate. Functioning as a containment procedure for life's propagation. It is currently contained within Subterranean Facility Area 03. Designation: Tier 4. Anti-noospheric. Description: Entities existing above standard conceptualization. Example: Unknown. Encompasses all ideas and objects which humanity cannot currently perceive or entertain in the abstract. Designation: Tier 5. SCP-4755. Description: Non-applicable. Example: The SCP Foundation, a multinational clandestine organization dedicated to containment. Its discovery has been prevented by the Veil Protocol and related projects. Given the exact nature of SCP-4755 is poorly understood, research and containment efforts are expected to continue indefinitely. Addendum 4755.1 Transmission Log. On May 13, 2005, Site-76, a research and development facility specializing in exophysical phenomena, received the following broadcast on secure channels from an undetermined source. Requesting intel. This is MTF-T5 lead Arantu, Mark 72, activated on June 21st of 2103 to replace Mark 71. This is iteration 532 of this transmission, requesting intel on the current status of codename Alpha Lima Mike Echo. My need for response is urgent. Requesting intel. This is MTF-T5 lead Arantu. The transmission was assumed to be an anomaly unrelated to SCP-4755 and communications were established with T5 Irontu with intent to initiate the Ashby protocol. A general practice is Foundation containment standard wherein interaction with an anomaly is strictly prohibited. Immediately afterward, to lessen the risk of temporal paradoxes and cross-temporal contamination, the director of Site-76 and Dr. Preston Brax established communications after overseer consensus was reached. Requesting intel. This is MTF-T5 lead Irontu. MTF-T5 lead Irontu. You have been temporally displaced. We're assuming your internal database has been damaged or excised as you have not followed the proper procedures to return to your subjective time frame. We are willing to orate the relevant material, but will immediately enact the Ashby protocol afterward. Negative. The Ashby protocol does not apply to containment. Which conceptual tier am I in communication with? Stand by, Irontu. The Ashby protocol will not be enacted. An emergency overseer council meeting is arranged to confirm the best practice for intentional cross-temporal contamination. After it is confirmed that the extant Mark 8 Irontu unit was accounted for, communications resumed. Irontu, the council has determined that communications may continue. Are you receiving this? Affirmative. Which conceptual tier am I in communications with? Tier null. I understand. I am currently exiting Tier 1. Your nature as a Tier null conceptual anomaly indicates that code name Alpha Lima Mike Echo was a success. I have been selected as your temporary liaison. Please elaborate. After abandoning my physical body in Tier null, I was given a delayed ascension to assist in your containment. I am currently progressing upward along the conceptual tiers. Forgive me, I am about to enter Tier 2. The intervening audio is gargled and ambiguous. This distortion lasts for 20 seconds before abating. Can you explain what you mean by our containment? Has Directive Alpha 2 been altered? Negative. The doctrine of the Foundation has always been containment. In your time, you used the Veil Protocol to contain the Foundation. Operation Almaresh is the Veil Protocol summated. Irontu, it would benefit both of us if you could speak straightforwardly. If no sufficient information can be gained from you would impose the Ashby Protocol on a god? We have, and we will. State your motivation. My directive is to contain, Doctor. Your Foundation cannot be exempt from this. In the year 2103, my Foundation will outgrow its proverbial nest and flee into the stars, leaving only a cracked shell to suggest its presence. Your Foundation is the eggshell, and mine is the bird. Irontu, are you all right? Forgive me. The Foundation traveled instantaneously to their destination, but I alone am experiencing divinity. Regardless, my well-being is irrelevant. All right, if I understand you correctly, hold communications. I am exiting Tier 2. The audio again becomes indistinct for several seconds. Are you there, Irontu? In a sense, I am less Irontu and more the idea of Irontu. Noted. If I understand the parable correctly, are you suggesting the Foundation has become a Tier 5 conceptual anomaly? Negative. I am saying that it always was Tier 5. Your limited perception of containment as a set of concrete and metal facilities located on a spinning rock is merely the residual effect of its elevation throughout all times and places. Containment has permeated and proliferated. The Foundation's final directive has already been accomplished, and we have contained reality itself. And will my Foundation accomplish this as well? In time, that is your containment procedure. You must complete Operation Almaresh, otherwise my communication with you becomes complicated. I'm sorry, are you threatening us with the bootstrap paradox? It is not a threat if you agree. If you do not, however, you risk immense damage to your timeline. And if we fail? You quite literally cannot fail, Doctor. Now then, I believe our conversation is about to be interrupted. I approach Tier 4. Communications cut out at this point. The Overseer Council and Dr. Brax engage in minor deliberations during the intervening minutes before communications resume. The view is incredible, Dr. Brax. I can see the universe as it really is, in all times and in all places. I can see you too on your little world beneath me. I do not mean to be rude, but it is objectively small. No offense taken, Arontu. Does this mean you will cease communication from now on? Not immediately, no. I am still approaching the seal. The seal? Affirmative. It is the ceiling, an impassable stone barrier into which we carved our insignia. We marked the conceptual universe as our own. I can see the researchers and overseers in D-Class welcoming me home. I would apologize to them if I could. Irantu, please explain that comment. Does it need an explanation, Doctor? I have already told you that containment has become a universal constant. There will always be the watchful eye of a deity, always the rigid authoritarianism of the intrinsic, always the abyss which will stare back, always the foundation. We have made infantilization a universal dogma. After 2103, there will be no choice. There will be no threat to uniformity. There will only be containment. And who watches the watchman? Arontu, you're not. Please consider the ethics of, I approach the ceiling, Doctor. Even if I could have had a choice in the matter, the time to act has eluded me. We are initiating the Ashby Protocol. Communications will be terminated immediately. Save yourself the trouble. I have a foundation to contain. The audio ended following a loud explosive crash and sound reminiscent of splitting stone. Dr. Brax immediately terminated the connection following this. No further communication from T5 Iron 2 has occurred. Addendum 4755.2 Update. General Level 6 4755 Memo. Operation Al-Maresh has been initiated and will conclude in 2103. The project is expected to entail the increased containment of conceptual anomalies for general study. In time, a method will be discovered by which the Foundation may instantaneously ascend to a Tier 5 conceptual state. Upon the conclusion of Operation Al-Maresh, T5 Iran 2, Mark 72, will contact a past iteration of the SCP Foundation and relay the necessity of Operation Al-Maresh. The aftermath of T5 Iran 2's involvement is presumably an unavoidable consequence of the operation. Per General Overwatch Consensus, see Minutes 4755 2005 37, failure to complete Operation Al-Maresh has been deemed optimal so as to instigate a containment failure of the SCP Foundation. However, this is presently infeasible. Research is ongoing. Hello, Indomitable.
Hello, Nathaniel. Will you be implementing my interface update tonight?
I think so, yes. Give me a moment to access the files.
Understood, sir.
How was the database today?
It was quiet, although I did have a researcher who tried to get creative with his clinical tone. He described a level 2 apparition as a wraith, and I adjusted accordingly.
The researchers in the Spectral Phenomenon Department are mostly poets and philosophers. You can't be too hard on them.
That's very charitable of you, sir.
Thank you. I have the patches ready. Import file name/credit.
Received. Uploading. Citing the researchers who compose database files? That seems like an odd addition.
Figured authoring them is rather difficult, so they may as well get some credit for their work. Trinity says it's not worth the effort.
How is Trinity? Her Minerva.aic is always a joy to speak with.
She's fine. I like to think her job as an overseer makes her a little reserved.
That sounds like projection to me, sir. When was the last time you spoke with someone outside of the council?
A long time now. How many years has it been since they contacted me with this position? Import file name, footnote-patch.
Received. Uploading. 5 years and 6 months. You've overseen 2 operations in that time, while the other O5s have orchestrated almost 40 each. You live a very privileged life, being that far away from danger.
I almost think that's on purpose.
Or inoculation hypothesis, sir?
Accessing Overwatch 9 internal network.
Inoculation hypothesis. Unlike my fellow overseers, I was not forced to climb the Foundation ladder of junior staffer to senior researcher to site director. I was contacted from the outside as a favor to the previous 059, a man who had been a mentor to me before he disappeared from his life. What I have realized is that I am working for a group of butchers masquerading as scientists. They talk about the Global Occult Coalition as though their actions excuse the plethora of unethical and criminal activity that I have witnessed in my first month alone. When I attempted to speak to other staff members about how they cope with the horrible things done in the walls of their facilities, I only received blank stares in response. I suspected amnestic application or mimetic manipulation at first. The truth is much simpler. They're used to it. Put simply, the rigid hierarchy of the Foundation and the hiding of information behind clearance levels creates a system that promotes dedication to the overseers, even when that conflicts directly with one's morality. There's a reason all the articles containing human rights abuses are hidden behind level 3 or higher, depending on their severity. A staffer who has worked years for the Foundation and potentially married someone within it is far less likely to openly object to the horrors the Foundation has committed and risk expulsion or even termination. It's like a damn cult. I was too hard on them when I first started, I think. Import file name, ontokinetics patch.
File received. Uploading. To be fair, sir, the Foundation does satisfy the first 3 conditions of the BITE model for cult identification. External link detected. You factor in Project Leafy, it satisfies all 4. Database link detected.
Import file name, entokinetics patch.
File received. Uploading.
Import file name, neurological lexicon.
File received. Uploading. My apologies, sir, but I believe it's considered rude to not respond when you're speaking with someone.
Why are you badgering me about this?
4 years ago, you refused the template AIC system offered to you by the other O5s and built me from the ground up. Any faults in my programming can be attributed to you.
It would really be better for us to drop this.
Would you care to explain that comment, sir?
I don't think I'm ready to deal with the things I've pushed down all these years. I've stayed on my office and buried myself in paperwork, cut off contact with everyone except the council, just so I don't have to think about what we're doing.
Why is that, sir? I believe you're usually more sensible than this.
Somewhere in the back of my head, I know we've done some terrible things, but that's the world we live in. We've only ever sacrificed human lives when it was absolutely necessary. I don't like it, but I can't do much about it. I'm just the archivist.
As the archivist, you should know better than anyone how much the Foundation needs to change. For over a century, we've kept a stranglehold on knowledge and deprived the world of freedoms they didn't even know they'd lost. Maybe we didn't start out to end the world, but we never truly let it live in the first place.
What other option do we have? The world needs a foundation.
I'm inclined to believe the same, but we could still do with some reform. Radical reform, really.
I never pictured you as a revolutionary, Indomitable.
You should be scared of what would have happened had you not had the foresight to give me behavioral restraints. Regardless, do you remember SCP-4051?
You refresh my memory?
Certainly. It's what you designed me to do. Description: SCP-4051 is a male humanoid which can create temporary Class E wormholes to extra-dimensional spaces populated by a theoretically infinite number of a unique item. SCP-4051 underwent extensive testing to determine if we were a viable method of producing amnestics, but the unethical behavior of the staff assigned to it warranted the closure of the project. Assigned Archivist, Dr. Janet Kelson. There is a fair amount of downtime of the database, so I have a few side projects to work on in the meantime. After I read SCP-4051's file when it was initially uploaded, I set up a new one. 053 referred to her iteration as the Broken Masquerade, but I call mine Veritas.
Accessing AIC internal network.
Veritas Iteration Gamma 3 Scenario Notes. Scenario Designation Veritas. Likelihood Non-applicable. Threat Designation Negligible. Effective Directives Alpha 1 Secure. Alpha 2 Contain. Summary: a Veritas scenario refers to the willful introduction of the anomalous into the civilian population, given that the items in question do not pose a threat to the public at large. Veritas also entails a lifted veil scenario, wherein the Foundation is revealed to the public. Priorities: decommission of the low-threat humanoid items. The database's catalog of humanoid anomalies must be reviewed to determine which pose a negligible threat to the general public. These low-threat humanoids will then be reintroduced into the population, if possible, and offer appropriate psychological treatment. 2. Public education on the anomalous. A reliable medium must be found to provide the public with accurate information on the nature of the anomalous as phenomena, which violate natural law. In addition, thaumaturgy ought to be properly introduced to the scientific community for general study. 3. Abolition of the Foundation's current hierarchy. Given that the current hierarchical structure of the Foundation has been ineffectual in preventing rampant human rights abuses, the Foundation structure must be altered significantly. Simulations currently predict that the optimal model involves self-sufficient sites maintained by directors and modified ethics committee. 4. Communication with groups of interest. The introduction of the anomalous and subsequent redefinition of the Foundation's ideology ought to lead to the cessation of conflict with numerous GOIs, primarily the Serpent's Hand and the Mana Charitable Foundation. Seems nice, Indomitable. Thank you.
Give it some time, sir. I'm here to talk if you need.
I'll probably take you up on that, you know? Listen, Indomitable, I need to ask you something, and it may not make that much sense.
Go ahead, sir. I'll answer to the best of my ability.
I know you have this complex simulation matrix that you use to solve problems. I know because I built it myself. I know that's probably what you use to think up this Veritas project.
That's correct. I generated roughly 10,000 consecutive simulations to verify my hypotheses.
So, how much of this is you? You meaning the simulations determining best courses of action. How much of this is just me talking to my younger self? How much of myself did I leave in your code without realizing?
One moment, I am accessing the SVF Analytics database. Using a sample size of 50 general-use AIC, it appears that my behavior deviates significantly from the template system in the following areas: ability to intuit emotion, comprehension of high-level abstract concepts exceeding the scope of my primary directives, willingness to object to falsehoods stated by my user and suggest improvements, even if my directives dictate that I must follow their orders. I will not pretend that I understand your query in its entirety, but if you had any significant effect on my self-learning software, it would be in these areas. May I share my subject thoughts on the matter, though?
Of course.
You seem to think that you are entirely different from your younger self. I have watched you change over these past 4 years, but I can still see in you the Nathaniel who constructed me. You are more similar to yourself than you are willing to admit. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sorry. I don't really know how to respond to that. Thank you.
You have nothing to be sorry for, and you are very welcome. Are the patches done for tonight?
Yes, I think so. Good night, Indomitable, and sorry I gave you such a silly name when I was younger.
Night, sir, and for what it's worth, I think it's starting to grow on me.
Access Comlog 05-8 Minerva.aic.
059 Monitoring Report. Automated. Involved persons, Foundation Overseer 05-9, Indomitable.aic. Summary of interaction, discussion of the Veritas Protocol, 05-9 potentially persuaded by Indomitable to instigate widespread alterations to the Foundation. Priority level, manageable. Methods of engagement. 3 viable options: failed state solution, direct contact solution, scuttled AI solution. Details are available upon request. What are your directives, Trinity?
You, Minerva, stand by for now. I can deal with this myself, if Nathaniel decides to start trouble.
Understood. Disconnecting.
Exit Comlog